Live, go get them Drake Flow shirts before they sell out.
Hey, wow. Okay.
What's going?
So I literally was texting this man this morning, and this is kind of why he was so vague. Brian Katz has stepped down as basketball coach of Sac Hornets men basketball.
Oh,
health concerns. His family tells me. Sac State with an official announcement later. Wow.
Oh man.
Hey, do me a favor and put up that D'Lo and KC thing real quick to mute us.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Boom. Hang on 1 sec. We will disappear in 3, 2, and we'll put that up. Hang on, KC. I don't know why I added that clip. It just amused the hell out of me. I found it
when he does that.
I'm just gonna throw that in there. Has everyone's brain cells recovered from the Aaron Rodgers interview?
I saw the first segment and it sounded like Garrett Cole.
Oh, man, boy, them folks at Cal, boy, I don't know, man. You ask them dudes at Cal to, hey, talk to us, Aaron.
I don't know. I don't know if.
Actually, he didn't sound like that. He just started spewing all sorts of silly stuff. Hey, he told on himself a couple times.
He's looking funny in the light.
I haven't gotten through all of that one, Donnie. I was like, I can only handle one. Boy. I can only handle one flow of craziness at a time.
That's going to be on my Friday night to watch list after the. I got to see this.
I can only handle so much crazy. And we welcome you in here to the November 5th edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And as the great MLK said, Happy Friday.
Look here, man. I'm going to tell you right now. You want me to get you to not listen to you no more? I know you're on some wild stuff when you and you know, like, you know how I feel about him, okay? But it's the go-to. It's the go-to when they on some wild stuff. And Aaron Rodgers on some wild stuff.
Boy, it's like a playbook. I remember someone else going to the Dr. King playbook. Like, yo, is that in a memo? Does that like circulate amongst a certain portion of the population? Like, hell, when you're backed into a corner, you know what would impress me? You know what would impress me is going out there and talking about, like Malcolm X said, the chickens came home to roost. That would impress me. You got my attention when you do that. Go out there and call somebody the devil. Now you got my attention.
I'm telling you,
out here
when they throw that out there, man, I'll be like, oh, I know what time it is. I don't need to listen to you anymore.
And it's never Dr. King. It's never Martin Luther King. It's always the great Dr. King. Fam, you have got to be kidding me. And I apologize. Like, show's not in progress. Literally, we just started and My brain cells haven't recovered. I spent an hour watching that idiot in Green Bay talk.
Oh,
I don't know. It's
what was he talking about for an hour? Because I know it. Because I saw the
he
first.
was talking about.
He ain't never talking about the truth.
He was talking about his 500 pages of medical research.
Come on,
that he segued into getting medical advice from Joe Rogan. There's speculation on Twitter that Aaron Rodgers may, in fact, be Nicki Minaj's cousin, as there was some fertility things brought up in.
Hey,
man, what a morning it's been!
I'm telling you, Aaron Rodgers. This guy, man, when he told, I was listening to, I saw, like I said, the first segment. I guess that's what Pat McAfee called it on the Twitter, the first segment. And I listened, and he said something immediately. I'm trying to think of what it is live on air, but he said something where I was like, oh, all right, I see. Oh, when he talked about cancel culture, that's when I was like, I see where you're going.
He used the woke mob multiple times, but he used the woke mob and cancel culture about 3 times in the first 6 minutes.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I'm interested.
I didn't get to the great Dr. King part though.
Boy, I think you know why he did it. He realized he outed himself. He realized he outed himself in a way that a lot of athletes don't want to. And he started talking about certain political candidates and certain people by name. And then he mentioned the vaccine and then the right and then the left. And you could almost see the, as the great MLK said, it's a 49er Friday.
If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you see what it is. Shout out to the dope ones, man. 49er Friday. 49ers gear is back on Fridays. We've had some disjointed Fridays the last couple of times, bye weeks, I was gone, whatever the case may be. But never get it twisted. It's always a 49er Friday. You're on D-Lo and KC.
I'm dumb as a bucket of shrimp after that. My God, man. Who would have known? Who would have known? You wake up and you see Kanye West drop an interview. Who would have known that Kanye West interview would be the least stupid thing that you hear today? Can you imagine? At the end of the day, Aaron Rodgers has to go to bed knowing he was the least crazy person who spoke today, or he was the most crazy person that spoke today. Kanye looking around like, hey, what's all this talk about?
Kanye like, yo, Aaron, stay in your lane. Get out of mine.
Hey.
Get out of my lane. This is my bag.
Well, I'm here. Like, what are we doing?
Oh, man. You know what, though? For me personally, it's me. Mm-hmm. I knew what time it was with Aaron Rodgers after the cap situation initially came out. And to me, I'm just keeping it a stack. Mm-hmm. I saw how everybody moved. I saw how Drew Brees moved immediately. You know, I saw how Aaron Rodgers moved. I watched how Tom Brady moved. I was like, oh, I know what time it is with you guys. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I know exactly what time it was. So to hear,
we ain't surprised, bro. We ain't surprised.
I know how you move.
We know how that whole league moves, and we've been talking about punishments and this and that. Aaron Rodgers ain't gonna be punished. Green Bay Packers might be slapped on the wrist. Aaron Rodgers ain't gonna be punished.
Aaron
Rodgers. Well, this is what we all knew what was coming. Aaron Rodgers thinks he's a victim. He even spoke about it. I scoured social media for the NFL is a right. The NFL is a privilege, not a right. I couldn't find him anywhere.
No.
Where are we on today? Because he was talking about, I didn't sign my life over to the NFL and sign up to, I didn't sign any of their protocol agreements. Yeah, no doubt. You could sit out. You don't have to play by the rules. You don't have to play.
Hey, what'd you say? It's a privilege, not a right.
That's what they told me.
You don't have to do this.
That's what they told me 5 years ago. I've been looking for it ever since because there's a couple of occasions that it's popped up. I'm like, hey.
Oh, yeah.
Like the lady at church. I do not see y'all out here. But all right.
You don't want it. You don't want to get it. That's fine. You're right. That's your right to do what you want with your body. But that does X you out of certain situations.
Bruh. My man said, "My body, my choice."
Come on, man. Come on, man. Hey.
All right.
She can't be serious, man.
Come on, man.
I've heard stuff that makes more sense from Reggie Miller.
He led the state of Chicago in scoring.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
we said.
Come on. Adam Schefter, Pat McAfee.
Hey, who man is this?
Hey,
Come on, man.
shout out to Pat McAfee. He was like, I know I'm gonna get killed for this. Like I just am not quick enough. This isn't my bag. And I don't blame him. When you got an opportunity to get a guy who's been talked about the way that he has, when you got the type of relationship that you got with Aaron Rodgers, hey man, bring him in. I get it. I watched. They got me. I saw the link and I was like, oh, okay. I'll click on it. I watched that viewer count go from 30,000 on YouTube up to 79,000. It worked. It worked. Hey, I'll give him all the credit in the world for that. But there's a reason Aaron Rodgers chose the very comfortable setting of the Pat McAfee show to do that big spiel for an hour that he did. It's because he knew he wasn't going to get hit with any tough questions, and he knew no one was going to call him on his BS. Don't fault Pat McAfee for one bit. I absolutely admire what Pat McAfee has done in his post-NFL career. But Aaron knew what he was doing. He ain't going to sit down with Lisa Salters. He ain't going to sit down with anybody. Hell, Lisa's probably the only one who would press him. There might be a couple out there, a couple of NFL journalists that are absolutely. She most definitely would. But I was like, I'm starting to think guys like Tirico would coddle him. There's a lot of guys out there that would coddle him a little bit.
It's a safe place for him. And look, this whole thing, to be honest with you, I'm not even here to get into. We got PPE in the chat. I ain't here to get into all that. The thing, I'll stick to sports on this one because there was rules in place, and it seems like you, the Packers, and everybody broke the rules. Like you broke the rule. You went rogue and did what you wanted to do. So aside from all that other stuff, I'm talking about the rules that the NFL set in place for protocols this year. You guys knowingly broke the rules. There needs to be some punishments for that.
As the great James Baldwin said, Kings play the Hornets tonight. That's all you got to do is just put the great, so-and-so before. Though people might be too scared of James Baldwin, so he's probably it's if you didn't know any better, like really, if you're a young person right now and you don't know any better, you really haven't studied history, you would think that Dr. King was the only black person alive in the 60s. There is only one black person to quote in the 60s, and it's the great MLK. That's it. Nobody else. James Baldwin isn't real. Maya Angelou isn't real. Malcolm X isn't real. There is nobody else out there except
nobody.
No one. Just good old MLK. When all else fails, call on the name of. Can you imagine his kids sitting around like every time somebody gets themselves into some trouble, their family got it. They should just look. Y'all doing this again, huh? Dr. King the third coming. Y'all doing this again? Really? We got to go over the protocols to use my father's name.
And look, man, look. Maybe I'm assuming. I'll wear that. Aaron Rodgers ain't studied no Dr. Martin Luther King, man. And you really sit there and believe like you didn't study Dr. Martin Luther King. You didn't study his work and his speeches, and you take that to heart. And you remember that every time you wake up in the morning. Stop. Stop, Aaron Rodgers. Stop.
Oh, man. It's so good. It is so fantastic. I'm here for it. I'm here for the downfall of Aaron Rodgers. We got basketball tonight. We got James Ham coming up about an hour from now. We got Kyle Madson coming up. It's 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. So there is a lot to get to outside the stupidity of the quarterback in Green Bay, though I am a lot more interested in that game than I was prior to. Not necessarily because I actually think Kansas City was going to compete with Green Bay no matter who the quarterback was. But I'm curious to see about this kid who's supposed to be apparently he's next in line. I'm ready to see Jordan Love.
That's a great point that you bring up because I want to be clear because I'm not exactly clear about it right now. Rodgers is out for Sunday.
He is out. He is not playing Sunday. Absolutely not.
Love.
Nope. Jordan
Because
Love
I
is
disagree. I think and once again, this has nothing to do with his skill because on the field, if he's there, I think the Packers would have worked Kansas City with the way I've seen Kansas City play this year.
I'm not ready to give up on them yet.
They look
not ready to give up on them yet.
We almost, Damien, the season's almost over.
No, it's not. We half-ish way.
But this ain't week 3 no more, and they look the same.
Hey, I'm just
now. What did I do wrong?
I'm just saying. Like, sorry.
I haven't seen enough.
Listen, I can make a mistake.
My bad.
I haven't seen enough from Kansas City to make me think they can be good.
It's just I gotta believe they're gonna get it together.
They'll be. I think
all
they can
it
be
is.
better. But I haven't seen enough to make me think they can be good teams right now. And the Packers, unfortunately, are a good team.
They are. We'll figure out how
it's going to be completely different now.
It is different. Again, James Ham going to join us coming up at 1 o'clock. Quentin Mayo, hey, 2 o'clock. He'll be with us. Kyle Madson, 2:17, and of course, we'll get you ready for the Kings and the Hornets. A lot of similarities between these two teams, and man, Kings got to do something tonight, and we'll talk exactly about what they got to do when D'Lo and KC return here on Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Day. Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We are celebrating Dr. King all day.
These people is wild, boy. I tell you, they wild.
I'm good with it, man, because I'm good with it. I'm good with it. I know we got Ham this rundown don't even make sense. There ain't even no point in looking at it. Ain't even no point in looking at it.
I'm trying to nail down exactly the games I want. I got 5 that I'm really looking at. I need 3.
They're college?
Yeah. I need 3. Actually, yeah, I'm going to stick with the college thing. Although I could. Ain't nobody been paying attention lately. Because I kind of want to throw the Kings game at him. See what he thinks.
Eric, don't get thrown out. Come on, man. Let it go, bro. Let it go. There's like 100 moderators in here, all waiting for the word go.
Just waiting.
They're just waiting. They are just waiting. You're like the one that we put up with. You got to chill, bro. What do you mean, Tony? It's Dr. King Day. Man, Tony, that's shameful that you ain't heard? We celebrating Dr. King today.
It really is baffling that that's the move every time. That's the move.
Come on. I got you, Bryce. John's like, say it. There you go. Yeah, y'all. I tell you what, y'all hold a meeting. Yeah, y'all can hold the leadership council, the Chatty House Leadership Council,
the Chatty House Kangaroo Court.
Oh yeah. Well, where'd you go? Yep, that's on the dope ones right there. That's I love that uniform. He picked the perfect. Yeah, I moved that out the way. He picked the perfect one for that.
It's an all time. This was Deion in San Diego. I think it's San Diego. It could have been Atlanta too, because he went pick 6 in Atlanta that year. But I think it might have been San Diego. Donnie might still be in here. Donnie, is it San Diego or Atlanta? Which one did you take from? Because he was wearing this uniform and high stepped into the end zone on both. I think it's San Diego because there's a picture, an iconic one of him. Yeah. That's my guess.
But Donnie probably fall asleep. Donnie got hours worse than you. Like Donnie sent me a text at 3:05.
Ooh.
So I just texted him back. I was like, he might be up. Like I'm waking up. Like Donnie might still be up. Then we were texting around 7, and he fell asleep. I think he fell asleep in the middle of a text. All right.
Yeah, he up later than me.
Yeah, he be that's because I think you know what it is. He working. You got the family and all that stuff. Like he work in silence.
Yeah. That's his work hours.
Nah, we don't want to dilute the Drake bars.
No. It's only for Kings wins.
We get Kendrick bars when the 49ers win. We get Bone Thugs and Harmony bars when the 49ers win. It's partly funny because you seem really offended by it.
They do have good songs. Like somebody who really likes Bone Thugs, like maybe like Jesse or something like that. They're all right. Well.
Oh no, what'd you do? Hey, I got room. I mean, Sprout's been sleeping in that room lately, so you might have to. Wait a minute. What came?
Another package came.
Oh, do we get to see or? Oh my, Jazz. You know what to do, Jasmine. You know what to do.
This one's. Well.
Oh man.
Okay.
Okay.
I went to the same guy.
Oh boy.
He was like, yo, we can do this. But this one was. Whew.
There he is. You know what's funny about the Drake bars that hit social media? I forgot when we cut clips for YouTube and Twitch. Okay, the beat's not there.
Yeah, I thought about that.
I didn't even think about it.
So I can go with the beat because it goes even crazier with the beat. It goes even crazier.
I didn't even think about it. I was like, it wasn't until Jesse cut the clip that I was like, oh wait. Oh, this isn't gonna sound like it sounded on
literally
the
only the radio people can hear the beat.
Only the radio. It's exclusive. It's exclusive for the crowd. We're about to have a game of show and tell for those on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're listening on the radio or the Odyssey app, I've just been informed Kenny's moving in with me this weekend. And as Stephen Brown says, I hope you like cauliflower because you're getting served up. Apparently, Mr. Caraway has a purchase that has gotten him thrown out of the house. This, again, exclusive to Twitch and YouTube. You could stall all you want to. James Ham's going to join us coming up here. We got to get ready for the Hornets and the Kings tonight at the Golden One Center. I'm not moving on until you show the class. Come on, man. You're wasting time.
I mean,
shot clock is going off. I'll describe it to the radio audience. Kenny's sweating because Jazz has brought the package into the room. Kenny's got a full sweat going on. He's Patrick Ewing at the free throw line in triple overtime. I'll go ahead. Oh, wow. Some Chicago off-whites. Okay, that's like Kenny's ninth. I think Kenny's got the whole collection of off-whites. Wow, that cost.
Yeah,
that probably
was
cost,
the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, that is not the straw that stirs the drink. Unfortunately,
look, man, don't blame me. When my guy calls and says, "Yo, hey, we got this here." Now she's throwing the shoestrings at me. There's no need for that. But when the guy says, "Look, we got an opportunity here,"
no, it's fine. Mm-hmm.
How can I not?
No, it's fine. That's good. It's good for you.
I don't know what Reese's Christmas is going to look like, but how can I not?
That's fine. I'm just going to go to StockX here as we get ready for the Sacramento Kings.
I promise you. I'll tell you right now, it wasn't the StockX price.
You see how nervous he got when I said I was going to StockX? We got the Sacramento Kings and the Charlotte Hornets tonight coming up at the Golden One Center. Speaking of Jordan, Lord have mercy. mercy.
No, this is what the media does. This is what the media does. I'm telling you now, it ain't the StockX price that I pay.
Just so I'm fair to the story, what size shoe are you? I want to be fair.
This is 11.
$5,931. I repeat, Chicago Retro 1 Off-Whites, $5,931.
Look, like I said, I don't even have big bank like that. Okay, you know, it wasn't the StockX price. It wasn't that. Okay, that's all I can say. That's all I can say. Shout out to the Connect.
Kenny apparently renegotiated his contract before our 2 years was up, man. Good for you. Good for you. Meanwhile, I'm living off cauliflower wings and pressed juice.
I mean, the Travis Scotts are family shoes. Travis Scotts are family shoes. It's not just David, it's family shoes.
In any event, as we mentioned, the Sacramento Kings, if you want to relive the silliness of all of this, it is over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. As my man E-Business said yesterday, we're a show for the culture. Indeed. That's what we're here for. We're here to.
So, David, after the show, I mean,
if you need a place to crash, I got you.
I
got you.
For a little while till things simmer down around here, you know.
It's going $5,931. It's going to be a while before they simmer down.
You know, just get things to cool down a little bit.
That's fine.
I had to.
It's
not my fault. I had to do it.
Yeah, no doubt. You sound like Snitsky, the old WWE character who just walked around yelling, "It's not my fault."
Look, man, it's like the great Dr. Martin Luther King used to say: "When you have an opportunity, you got to hop on it."
I remember that. That was right after the "I Have a Dream" speech. That was definitely right after. I mean, few people know he said anything after "I had a dream," and few people know he said anything before that. But everybody knows his quotes. This show's out of control. There is no fixing this. It's been a hell of a 24 minutes, boy. I'll tell you that.
Still in that meeting.
How long before James Ham gets some off-whites?
James Ham gonna be pulling up, you know. He'll be pulling up to Ricky Rose. He's gonna be talking about, hey, I know the Kings are interesting, but let's talk about BMF last week.
Did you see the announcement? You see the IG announcement yesterday?
Oh yeah.
Rose's new album. Yeah.
Perfect timing.
That's what I heard. Rose's new album drops next month. Sure hope we can find some place for him to talk about that album and the fact that he's back on the bestsellers list, and Luke Belair, McQueen and the Violet Fog, because it is a 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, is ramping up for the weekend here. But yeah, my mission is to get James Ham, who's going to join us in about 30 minutes, pulling up to a Luke Walton interview in joggers and off-whites.
James Ham, though, if he wears off-whites, he seems like the type of guy that would go build that podcast platform in his off-whites. Like he ain't tripping. Like,
well, he also would cut the zip tie. He'd also just look down and go, "This is obnoxious," and just cut it off and throw it away. Like, why is this here? And just toss it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's definitely going to build something in the off-whites.
Perhaps more appropriately, James Ham will build his own off-whites. Like, why pay somebody else to build some off-whites for you when James Ham could definitely do it himself? And he'll be with us coming up at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. It'll be the Sacramento Kings and the Charlotte Hornets, as I've said about 47 times today, in an effort to get this show on track. But
about
Friday,
that,
sometimes you just drive off.
Friday's Friday, baby. You know what I'm saying?
You know,
Friday. You got to be here for a Friday.
Yeah.
But about that game, any new word on LaMelo and PJ?
It looks like, Matt George hit me earlier, and I guess the belief is Melo. It looks like Melo's going to go. It looks like Melo's going to play tonight. Okay. That's not confirmed. I believe either Matt was reading the tea leaves, or he had his ear to the streets. I'm not sure which one it was. But he's pretty clued in with that Locked On Network. So it sounds like LaMelo may go tonight.
LaMelo's a gamer too. You know what I'm saying? LaMelo, if he can play, he's gonna get out there. You don't never have to. I mean, what happened last year? The man had surgery, was itching to get back out there, and ended up coming back at the end of the season. So if he can play, he's gonna be out there. I expect to see him tonight.
Indeed.
I hope PJ Washington
and
is out there too.
I want
every game check he can get.
Me too. I hope PJ gets a max contract. I'm just rooting for that, brother, man. LaMelo. There's a fascinating component between these two teams, the Charlotte Hornets and the Sacramento Kings, in that you can look at the Hornets. The Hornets really are an exciting team, and I don't. I think it would be a smidge bit disingenuous to say, the two teams they're a lot like each other this year, but this Charlotte Hornets team kind of reminds me of the 39 win year when people were talking about them in pace and running up and down the court and compliments from Hall of Famers and all of that different stuff. This Charlotte Hornets team reminds me a lot of that. And I was preparing for our keys to the game later on, brought to you by Sac City Mortgage, I noticed why this Charlotte Hornets team right now, they average the most points per game in the league. This Charlotte Hornets team right now also gives up the most points per game in the league.
That explains it.
I recall this. No wonder I was glued to them every time I opened League Pass. Right now, the Charlotte Hornets, 4th in the league in pace. So the similarities, there are similarities between the two teams this year for sure. But right now, the team's really young. I know Gordon Hayward's on the squad. They got, I think Ish Smith is in his 30s. There's some older guys on the squad. But their core, the Charlotte Hornets core that Bilo and JC talk about out there, that's a young group. They're all 23 and under.
Yeah, like all those guys I think are on their first contract.
Yeah, right. I'm thinking the oldest is Miles Bridges, maybe.
Yeah,
because LaMelo's got to be 20. Yeah, I mean, but PJ, point being, PJ's they're young dudes.
3rd year, I think.
Go PJ. Go PJ.
So yeah, they're young, and then even like somebody like Scary Terry Rozier, aka the baby, he's not old. He's not a grizzled vet. You know what I mean? So it's a young group, and
he's like the Harrison Barnes of that squad.
You know who the Harrison Barnes is Gordon Hayward.
Well, Gordon Hayward, I think, is a little bit older than Harrison, but I think so. Let me research.
I feel like they might be the same age. But
he's 31.
He played 4 years in college, so that's
Gordon Hayward's 31.
Yeah.
Terry Rozier's 27. Yeah, he's 27. So
grizzled vet. So one thing I think about when you bring up numbers like that and the roster is that's kind of what happens with the young teams, where they have a lot of talent. They're fun to watch on the offensive end, but they haven't grasped the concept of locking down on the defensive end in the NBA just yet. And that seems to be where Charlotte is. I was watching Houston and Phoenix last night, and that's what Houston kind of reminds me of. Houston got a lot of talent on that roster, at least a lot of talent that I like. Like offensively, these guys, they can score, but they have no idea what to do on the defensive end. They have no idea how to play tough physical defense and use, maybe their size and length on the perimeter and things of that nature. And that's kind of Charlotte is. It feels like Charlotte is right in the middle of Sacramento and Houston. If I can say, because I think Sacramento's figured it out. They had to get their head beat in for a whole year last year to say, all right, like this is unacceptable. We have to play defense. And I think they're maybe in that respect, mindset respect, a year ahead of Charlotte. And Charlotte is probably
because Charlotte definitely ain't there.
No.
They are not in the we have to play defense mode yet at all.
We get buckets. That's where they're at, right? and they're probably a year or two ahead of where Houston is right now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things with the younger teams. Man.
Is that something that just comes with years?
Defense? I think so. I mean,
because
Davion, he's a rare
20,
breed.
Yeah, but he's 20 something, like 23.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's a rare breed too. A lot of these guys, a lot of them, man, that are talented to the level where they're a first round lottery pick, I'm not really locking up. Like they've never had to play defense their whole life. You know what I mean? So they don't. You know, they play just enough not to be embarrassing, I think, but they're not really trying to lock up. And when you play just enough defense not to be embarrassing and you get to the NBA, they go to work on you. Like that may work in high school and college and your AAU, but in the NBA, sorry, Jalen Green, my guy, Devin Booker is going to go to work on you. And that's what happened. It takes time for them to either A, get put around a group of guys that play better defense so they don't have to worry about it still, or they kind of suck it up and they see the virtues of playing good defense and they start locking up. So just kind of what it is. Davion is a rare breed, man. He's a rare breed.
And that's the interesting thing about this game is we spent a lot of time, and understandably so, talking about Davion, welcome to the league. You got Dame, you got Steph, you got Donovan, you got Jordan Clarkson, you got all these guys like right out the gate that you got to defend.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, coming up here against the Charlotte Hornets, now you've got one of the top offense in the league, and you've got LaMelo, you got very capable offensive players on that side of the ball too. Like I understand that they're not in the category of those names that I just mentioned, but this is another really tough defensive assignment, not just for Davion, for the Kings in general. Tyrese Halliburton and the rest of these guys who are expected to kind of anchor this team, Harrison Barnes, who are expected to anchor this team defensively.
Yeah, absolutely. And I keep referencing back to Houston because last night was the first time I really watched them this year. And I still think David Aldridge lost his damn mind when he said they had the best offseason of any team in the NBA.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all.
I watch Houston, and it's kind of weird because there's certain times when there's nobody that can't give you buckets. You know what I mean? There's nobody on the floor that you can help off of, or you don't have to worry about, or you can take a second off on the offensive end. They'll go with Jalen Green, Kevin Porter Jr., Eric Gordon, Christian Wood, Jay Sean Tate. Like all those guys can give you buckets. And Sengun will get in there. All those guys can give you buckets. And it's a different level of pressure for your defense. And I bring them up because I feel like Charlotte has that same capability of they'll put 5 guys out there that can all eat. The one exception might be when they have Plumlee on there, but Plumlee is such a force on the board sometimes, and he's so physical that you got to do a different type of help. You got to help crash the boards or box out to keep him off the board. So
hashtag Alex Lynn time. It's an Alex Lynn game tonight.
Alex Lynn game. It might be a Tristan game.
You think?
Yeah, Plumlee I think is 6'10". So there's that. And
that was the cutoff?
Yeah.
6'10" and down is Tristan. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And I think Plumlee's non-offensive game was more conducive to Tristan, if that makes sense. But Rudy's kind of non-offensive as well. But I think when you have like guys that can go to work, whether it's Ayton, he's tall, Valanciunas is tall, but they have an offensive game. I think that's where they try to match up the size with Valanciunas. When you have just a straight banger like Plumlee is, I feel like that might be a Tristan game. I feel like it might be. But once again, the bottom line is I need to check how tall he is.
Well, let me find out for you. Official height on Mason Plumlee. This is a big note for tonight's game. 6'11".
Oh yeah. My Bob, you're right, partner. Alex Lynn game.
Okay. he broke the threshold. So we got a formula here. The buddy formula failed the day we introduced it. So we'll see if the height formula
that one
has
hasn't
held
failed
true.
us yet, though.
Yeah, the height formula has held true so far. And I don't know that Kai Jones plays for them. He's listed as 6'11" as well. I can't remember.
Kai Jones yet.
I was gonna say I can't remember seeing Kai Jones play this year. So
that's another young guy I like.
This is just now that I got their heights pulled in front of me. I don't know that this is something that I looked at. I don't think it's something that I noticed when I watched them play. They're not a particularly big team. I mean, Bridges. I mean, six, yeah.
But on the bench, they're not. Is that accurate?
But you really have Plumlee at 6. You really just have Plumlee at 6'11". Like,
how tall do they have Bridges? Because I feel like Bridges is like 6'7". I feel like PJ Washington is about 6'7", 6'8".
But I don't. Is that tall?
Yeah,
that's an NBA player to me.
I'll put it to you like this: when they go starting lineup, LaMelo 6'6", 6'7". They might go.
That's crazy.
Scary Terry. So that's a shorter guy. But then you go on Gordon Hayward 6'6", 6'7". PJ Washington 6'7", 6'8". Bridges 6'6", 6'7". Like
but that doesn't even feel tall to me. That just feels like NBA. Now I understand the Kings kind of operate around.
Yeah, maybe that's
6'1".
Maybe that's messed us up.
They operate like on kind of the shorter spectrum, if you will, of NBA height players. Yeah, Tieran listed at 6'3", Harrison 6'8", 6'4", buddy. Rashawn Holmes is listed as 6'10".
That's
Tyrese 6'5". So you probably subtract an inch from all of these and figure out what their actual height is. But I just looked at them and was like, oh, this is an interesting matchup for the Kings for sure.
It is. I even got when I talk about guys that I like, they go down to like their backup. I like Cody Martin. He's somebody that gets in there and gets some things done. So they've got a lot of talent. They've got a lot of athleticism. I don't know if they completely understand how to play together or play as a team, and especially on the defensive end, they don't know. They're not getting that right now. So, like you said, it is an interesting matchup for sure.
And they're playing well so far. I think they're 5-4. Let me confirm that. I think they're 5-4 on the season. Yeah, they are. So,
but I think they started off like 4-1.
They did.
So in the last week or
accurate.
So, starting to come back to earth or whatever the case may be.
Why does this feel so familiar? The similarities are there with these two squads, and LaMelo. Yeah. And LaMelo, like if this is your first opportunity, if this is the first time that you're really sitting down and watching Charlotte tonight, like I understand your eyes are going to be focused on the Kings. You're going to be rooting for the Kings to win. Charlotte's a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
They're enjoyable. They're not boring. And this is why, it's careful, a little sneak peek into the keys to the game later. The Kings have to be able to establish themselves. If the Charlotte Hornets really are who the Kings were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or whatever, the Kings have to, establish themselves as like, okay, we're the grown folks at the table here.
Right.
They have to establish, hey, we know the Kings are very capable of getting up and down the floor with them. But if you have the ability to kind of take them out and cut their legs out from under them and slow the game down a little bit, I know Luke wants to push, but if you could establish yourselves defensively and not get roped into just getting into a sprinting contest, because I don't think that benefits Sacramento. I think if the fourth quarter gets here and that game's tight and it's 89-90 to start the fourth quarter, I think Charlotte's sitting here like, got him. This is what we wanted to do. This is where we wanted to be. Slow the game down a little bit. And I know that's not what Luke likes to do. I know that's not part of the game plan, but if you could establish yourself defensively a little bit, perhaps frustrate this younger Charlotte team, I could put you in a good spot.
I look at what you said is spot on. And I look at it,
it is
even more so as like, just come out and have your focus be on the defensive end. This Charlotte team is going to give you opportunities to get buckets all night long. If you focus on what you're supposed to do on the defensive end, I respect Charlotte. I think Charlotte's a really good team because of the way they play. This could be a game that you get whatever you want if you just lock in on defense.
They've scored under 100 points twice.
Charlotte has.
Yeah, but listen to the teams. One was the other night against Golden State. It was 92.
They
the
lock
other
up.
one, Miami,
They lock up.
99 points.
Yeah.
So and it was 114 to 99 and 114 to 92 in those respective games. But their opening game, the Kings are going to see on Sunday. The Pacers. This was Charlotte's first game of the season. It's 123 to 122.
Yeah,
they was out there like, welcome to the league. Like, let's get up and down the floor. They scored 100. Yeah. And you see a couple of games like this. They gave up 113 to the Cleveland Cavaliers. We mentioned the 114 to the Heat, and the gave up 111 to Orlando. Like oh man, they gave up 140 in overtime to Boston. Was that I think Marcus Smart hit a shot as regulation was.
No, that was the Knicks game for the Celtics. The Celtics game is when Jaylen Brown just destroyed Miles Bridges.
That's right.
Oh, that was a great game too, by the way.
Jesse, how you feeling after the players only meeting yesterday? There we go. The Celtics are back. One little players only meeting. Smooths everything out. We'll come back. We're going to talk with James Ham. We'll continue to talk about the Kings and the Hornets as well. And it's a 49ers Friday. It's the 49ers and Cardinals this weekend. It's 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Can y'all hit the thumbs up on YouTube? I know Poker Pro is back in. I think he hit us with the thumb down. He got mad at us earlier. So can y'all hit the thumbs up? We gotta, man, YouTube is strong. Yo, Twitch was really strong yesterday. Shout out to Bryce and the Game 916 and the Twitch crew who's really helping that channel grow over there, man. We really, really appreciate it. That's again huge for us. Yeah, it was a really good conversation with Ham and Luke. If you haven't had the opportunity to check it out, man, it's on the Kings Beat podcast. That's really good stuff there from James and Luke. Let's get to triple. We can get to triple digits. How many people voted in the? Eric hit us with another thumbs down. You cold piece, Eric. We got 124 votes on the poll and 80 thumbs up. We gotta even those out. We got to even those out. The poll question, by the way, was with games tonight and Sunday, Hornets and Pacers. The Kings will go 2-0, 1-1, or 0-2. 59% say 2-0 right now.
That would not feel good.
That's all bad. That's all bad. No good.
I would not like 0-2. I'll take 1. But who's gonna be at the game tonight, man? I'm gonna be out there.
Oh, you going? Oh yeah, of course you. Might as well. You can't be home, so
I gotta wander around somewhere for.
Just wandering around. I'm gonna get a call at like 2 a.m. Like, D'Lo, can you come pick up your boy? He's wandering around Doco. His shoes look really nice, but he's just wandering all over the place. Let's go, YouTube. 11 more, baby. 11 more.
When I forgot what movie they took it from. It might have been like Goodfellas or something like that. But when Ashanti recreated it with Foolish, and Ja Rule's talking to Terrence Howard, he's like, "You gotta go home. You gotta go home." That's what they're gonna be with me at Sauce. They're gonna be like, "KC, you gotta go home.
KC, get out. Get out. Gotta show them off, man. You got to."
But yeah, man, I'll be in the building. I gotta go see my little niece Maya's final soccer game of the season. She's a beast, right? Not even because she's like super skilled, but because she's like, what's a good comparison here? She'll yell at her teammates. Like,
there you go.
Get in the right spot. She's
there you go.
Get in the right spot.
That's
go
all
over
right.
there and talk to him. You're supposed to be over here. Da-da-da-da-da. I love it. I said, don't ever take that from her, Brooke. Yeah. Let her be that fiery person. But
love it.
Last little soccer game.
That's Brookie Brooke?
Yeah, Brooke's daughter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got to see her last little game of the season. Then I'm going to shoot out to the G1. See, once again, one of the virtues of being in Sacramento, I can do that. I can leave Elk Grove at 10 minutes to 7, maybe be a little late for the first quarter, but no issues. I park, I get there, no traffic. It's all good.
Give Brookie Brook a bottle of rosé for me.
Brookie Brook, not getting another bottle of rosé.
Brookie permanently cut off. Ooh, Devontae Parker on IR.
Ooh. Damn. It's not.
Nine more.
I don't even know
9
why
more.
I'm tripping.
Let's go.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like, he's not coming.
What's
to San
that?
Francisco.
Oh,
They never made that move.
I don't think so.
Can't even
either.
get my hopes up.
He's going to one of the salary capless teams.
Right. I don't. Never.
Download the Odyssey app right now and discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. You can also watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Shout out to all the new subscribers over there on Twitch and YouTube. We appreciate you. On YouTube, we got a poll question only because we haven't figured out how to post it on Twitch yet. With the games tonight against the Hornets and Sunday versus the Pacers, the Kings will go 2-0, 1-1, or 0-2. Right now, 60% say 2-0. I really haven't put up a very thought-provoking question on YouTube in weeks because every question I put up, like someone's leading by like 60%. It's like, dude, you need to think of more compelling questions.
60% isn't that high, though.
That's kind of, I mean, 60, and then 38% 1-1. So
what's so 0-2 is
2%.
Yeah,
and those were all of Poker Pro Eric's accounts. he's just angry at us today, so he's
might be
voting for all the bad
WBS.
things.
He might have voted for 0-2 too.
WBS, indeed. Yeah. Yes, indeed.
I'm going 2-0, man. Say it with my chest. I'm going 2-0.
Okay.
I watched that Hornets game against the Warriors. Everything that we just talked about in the last segment is true. They are very dynamic on the offensive end, but they'll give it up on the defensive end. They'll let you have what you need on your offensive end.
Mm-hmm.
And Indiana, I like their team. Obviously,
I have not seen them play. Yeah, I have
like
not watched them play.
Half of them when they played the Heat, they actually ended up winning that game. But I saw the first half. But they got Dougie Buckets. I think Dougie Buckets was out there shooting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him. But Brogdon, Karis LeVert is coming back. Sabonis, obviously, they've got players out there. They got the rookie escaping me right now. He's doing a great job for them. So they've got talent, but I don't know, man. I just look at this Kings team, and I feel like they have a great opportunity to beat any team in the league, and I can't remember last time I felt that way.
What you think about
beat any team in the league?
What do you think about what our man Calvin said? TD gonna detonate tonight.
I would be ecstatic to see.
It's gonna be hard to do in your warm-ups.
Is Calvin getting there early to watch his warm up?
Yeah,
his workout before game.
He shot the lights out before the game started. That's interesting. I mean, real talk. Like, that's what. Does the lineup stretch a little bit, or because you talk about BTR, it was bad take D'Lo. I thought like Luke is not going to run an 8-man rotation for the second night in a row.
He surprised the hell out of all of us.
When in fact he did. And I mean, Tristan got some run, but that wasn't, hey, let's see what Tristan can do. It was, well, we lost Rashawn. We need another body. Let's intermingle Tristan Thompson and Alex Lynn here in this game.
I think he gets to 10. I think TD gets a shot tonight.
Okay, I hope so.
TD gets a shot tonight.
I really don't want Terrence Davis' season to be over. Like, I'd like to see him get out there and get some run.
That'd be crazy if he just fell out of the rotation after basically 5-6 games.
Well, I think equally as crazy would be as if Luke really did run an 8-man rotation for like 40-some odd games.
Right. Yeah. So I think, but I do feel he's going to, maybe come in late in the first, in the second quarter, and he's going to see how that time goes. He doesn't have to go out there and start killing in that time, but he can't be a disaster, because if he's a disaster, I don't think Luke goes back to him in the second half.
Yeah. We saw. I know Terrence Davis has Buddy Hield's last game in the back of his head. I might get one. I ain't gonna get two. I can get one shot to check where I'm at, but I ain't gonna get two. Like Terrence Davis may go into the game thinking I got to get to the basket.
Yeah,
get to the basket early. Maybe get to the foul line. Like let's try to get some points up on this box score here a little bit.
But see, I'll say this: I would simplify it for TD if I was Luke Walton. But like, look, man, you can go scoreless, and take no shots. I need you to come out there and be aggressive on the defensive end. Look to possibly
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, look to possibly get your game going by just focusing on defense. Don't equate if you played well to how many points you scored or how many shots you get. I'll determine if you played well with how you work on the defensive end, how effective you are on the defensive end. And maybe it's a Jedi mind trick, but to get his mind off of, I've got to score to stay on. Like, just come out here. Don't worry about that. You could have a scoreless stat line. You can go 0 for 2. But if you're doing what I'm asking you to do on the defensive end, cool. That's the approach I would take with TD. Just trying to get his mind off of having to score.
I don't, and maybe I think you said something profound there, that Dr. King quote about the Jedi mind trick.
He hasn't lived that down. He will never live it down.
He never should. I don't think Terrence Davis has been lost defensively.
I don't think so either.
But that's why I get the mind trick line. It's like most people aren't thinking about the defensive end. They're thinking about what they're doing on the offensive end, because that's what shows up in the box scores. And for all the stat hoes out there, that's what they're rocking with. Shout out Morgan Reagan for that one. But I think Terrence's minutes have been fine. In totality, they've been fine. It's just he was given the nickname of the microwave or something like that, and the air fryer, all of these different things, and it didn't. Once the preseason turned to the regular season, it was gone.
It's gone just like that.
It was on the fritz. I believe you said you had to take I believe you first took the microwave out to pasture, and then we determined, well, that's not what happens with microwaves. And then you just put it on. You put it on the corner with the sign that says free, and then somebody comes up and picks up a microwave that doesn't work. So I guess that's where we're at with TD right now.
Yeah, but TD, just focus on the defensive end. Like you said, I don't think he's been bad defensively, but just put the emphasis on that. Try and get out in transition, get a layup, get a foul, something like that. Get yourself going that way if you want to score. But don't worry so much about the offensive end right now. Just try to be a contributor any way that you can. That's how I would go about it with him.
Looking at, I have the two rosters in front of me, and we're kind of joking about Luke's rotation and the tight rotation and all those different things. I don't know who, outside of Terrence Davis, I don't know who the run gets extended to. It's been well established. It's Alex Len or Tristan Thompson, barring, a situation where someone is missing. Rashawn Holmes, Mo Harkless. Those are the only two times we saw the two play. But besides that, I mean, Shemezi, and I kind of feel like maybe that's it. Yeah, our guy Freeport out there getting some run. It's not like, hey, I don't know that, Luke and Doug and Alvin and the crew are sitting around going, hey, man, how, with all due respect, are we going to get Robert Woodard into this game? I don't think that's a conversation that's being had. I would like to see, all, show jokes and bits aside, I would like to see our man Metu out there a little bit. At least show me he can't play. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just let me. And I always got to believe you see something in practice when you make these decisions that you're just not comfortable with. Once practice is wrapped up, maybe that you're not comfortable putting them out there in an NBA game. I would just really like to know that Shemezi can't play.
I think he can play. Now, I don't know if he can defend. I think that's the issue.
Okay, now maybe that's the problem.
But I'm sitting here and I'm chuckling because we're thinking about, well, damn, Metu. I'd like to see Louis the King. Just kind of forgot. Forgot.
Well, I didn't forget. I didn't forget. I'm looking at his name.
I forgot.
But it's like,
that would be another guy. Because I was with you. I was like, yeah, I don't think there's anybody to extend minutes to anymore. Like, yeah, that's about it.
I almost operate, and I don't mean this as a knock to him. I just think this is the way things are. I almost look at it like he's not here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still stunned that we saw him, even with the Mo Harkless situation at the Golden One Center. Maybe, I don't know. I don't even want to try to speculate what that was, but I just kind of operate as like Marvin ain't here, Marvin ain't playing.
You know what's ironic, and I'm not trying to throw out any bones because obviously that crew that could care less about anybody throwing out a bone. I'm just being honest with what I say. The only time I notice Marvin is when he's celebrating his teammates. And I say that in an absolute positive way because all jokes aside, crew, entourage, team Bagley aside, it's got to be tough. It's got to be tough to be as talented as he is, be as heralded as he was coming out of Duke and all this other stuff, and then just completely not be a part of this team playing wise, be glued to the bench. It's got to be hard, man. And I remember one time I played because like I always played, right? And I played in some type of like, it was like not even a celebrity game. It was like this organized special event game or whatever. And like my minutes were spotty that game. And I was on the bench towards the end of the game, and I was like losing it mentally. I was like, this sucks. This is terrible. Like, so I say all that to say, I can't imagine Marvin every day. So I'm not going to play today. Like I'm out of the road. That's got to be tough. And I bring all that full circle to say, I see somebody hit a three, somebody go off. Marvin's up, clapping, jumping, like, let's go. Like, that stuck out to me. And that's because that's really the only time I see him. But that did stick out to me that he's engaged with this team's success, it seems like.
Yeah, he's being a good teammate. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We welcome in 1320 Kings insider and newest member of the Black Bottle Boys. You look sharp there today, buddy. Our man James Ham here.
I know he got some Travis Scott's on with those right now. I know he does.
Our goal, James, is to get you in a showy pair of sneakers and joggers as your time with us progresses.
You got 5 racks, James? You got 5 racks? I can give you these to wear.
I don't have. No, I do have. I have some Jordans.
James, do you know what 5 racks are?
No, I don't know what 5 racks are.
Okay,
that's okay. That's okay.
It's still new. We're working through it. That's all right. It's all right.
$5,000.
Oh, got you.
Every rack is $1,000.
Hey, I have a buddy. Shout out Corey Takahashi. He worked with me at Copeland Sports for years.
Oh, that's downtown.
I worked at downtown. I worked at 5 different Copelands.
Wow.
But he worked with me at downtown and at the Roseville Galleria for a long time. And he was a Jordan collector. So size 10.5, I believe. Anytime a pair of Jordans came in, he would have corporate would send like 3 extra pairs for him.
Wow.
He would buy. So he had a room at his parents' house with well over 1,000 pair of Jordans. He was in like Soul magazine. They came and did a photo shoot of all of his stuff. So yeah. And if he did wear a pair, which he would only have 1 pair out of a lot that he would wear, he would, when he was done wearing them, he still does this. He scrubs the soles. He scrubs everything. He cleans them off perfectly and then slides the paper back in, puts them back in the shoebox, wrap them up. And so, yeah, I have a couple of pair of Jordans, but like I have some patent leather, not the 11s, but the ones with like the sort of weird mesh over the shoelaces. Yeah, I have those. They still look brand new.
What number is that? Is that like patent leather on the toe?
I don't think it's a number. I think it's a
it's a number. No, it's one of it's a true Jordan.
Did they have the is that the one where you take the cover off the laces? There's like a cover Because those had a patent leather toe.
It has a cover over the laces,
Hated
but
those.
it's part of it, and it's mesh, and it stays on. So it flexes
That boy
forward.
James got them exclusives. You can't even get these. Oh, let's go.
Yeah. So yeah, I have.
As the dope one says here in the chat, we're gonna have James dressing like a drug dealer in the 80s.
James Meach.
we're gonna have James showing up to that next interview with Luke Walton. Like Luke is gonna ask some questions the next time. By the way, they're 19s as the chat's jumping.
The 19s.
That was a really enjoyable conversation with you and Luke Walton that posted earlier in this week. I really enjoyed listening to that. That was good stuff.
Thanks, man. I would have liked to have gone longer. There were some things that I would have liked to have hit on. One of those things is not Marvin Bagley. I think that question has been asked and answered like multiple times. So that's not something I was looking to delve into. But like overall, he had like a ticking clock. He had dinner reservations, and we were trying to get it done like in this small window. And still, I think it's like 28 minutes. That's pretty good to get an NBA head coach to sit down for a conversation like that. And you just never know where it's going to kind of go. I thought the stuff about his dad was really funny. Like he's like the same thing. Like sometimes I have to do with my dad. Like you're looking at your watch, you're like, how much time do I have? Okay, sorry, Dad, you're getting sent to voicemail. I don't have 20 to 30 minutes to have a conversation. Yeah, so that was cool. Like Rico Hines, Doug Christie stuff, I thought was really interesting.
The Doug Christie stuff was really, really good. I love the line about it reminded him of when Steve hired him.
Yeah.
When Steve hired Luke. Like I thought that was just such a great, it was like, oh, okay. Like he really believes in Doug as a coach. That's what I took away from that. The fact that he would relate it to his own experience with Steve Kerr. I thought that was tremendous.
Yeah. And if you talk to Doug, like you have to understand this, like Doug has, it's almost like an earthy view of basketball. It's almost like, I don't want to say like, it's different, like Doug isn't like a crystals guy, but it's almost like that. Like there's something different, like a way he looks at the game that's totally different. And, he likes to bring like the art of war he brought to DeMarcus Cousins years ago. I remember that. Those are things that Doug would bring to the table, that he wants to educate guys in a different way, have them think about basketball in a different way, have them think about the finer nuances in a different way. He was he still is super close with Pete Carrill. They still have conversations all the time, but that's what Doug wants to be. He wants to be the guy, almost like a Yoda on the staff, where you can come to him and he can help you get through some things, or he sees some things that would help you and he tries to walk you through them. So I think Doug was a phenomenal hire. He's different. I mean, and the other thing is Doug hasn't gone through the conventional training that a lot of assistants do. So, he still has to learn that it's one thing to be coached on a specific, like defensive set. It's a whole nother thing to be in that defensive set, teach that defensive set. And that's where Doug, learning terminology and all that stuff. But he's one of the hardest workers you're ever going to see. He has a notebook that he's filling out at all times with information. And so, yeah, I think, again, I think he can be a tremendous, tremendous hire, especially if we get to see a couple of years of Doug really sink his teeth into a group and start having guys who really like follow what he's saying.
Yeah. James, what is your views on Luke Walton's coaching career? And I up to this point, because, I kind of defend him a little bit, but at the same time, I know that if it doesn't get done this year, this is just my guess, like he's probably going to have to go. You know what I mean? Like I understand how it goes, but I don't know how good of a coach he is, but fairly or unfairly, it seems like every year up until maybe this season, there's always been some kind of circumstance. Like he hasn't had, I feel, the best setup to be successful. Even when you go back to the Lakers years, the one time he did, he had LeBron. They were playing really well. LeBron gets hurt. Then he gets fired. But other than that, he's dealing with, like, when he first got to the Lakers, there's a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds. You're not winning in the league with that. All the things that happened the first two seasons with COVID, India trip, personnel, whatever, here in Sacramento. I feel like he hasn't had a fair shake to find out if he's a good coach or not, up until maybe this season. What do you think about his career up until this point?
It's funny. I just literally on my drive home from shoot around, I had this exact conversation with Brendan Nunes from the Kings Herald. Like we literally, because he asked me this question, like how he actually, I think he phrased it. If you were asked on ESPN 1320 by these guys, what would your answer be?
That's funny.
And I was, it's complex. Like I have the same opinion that you just laid out. I don't know. I think I have a standard that I look at with every head coach, and I think I've had 7. Like really, like Westfall, Smart, Malone, Corbin, Carl, Yeager, and now Walton. Could I have an 8th by the end of the season? Anything is possible. This thing could spin out, and they could be on pace to win 27 games, like at the All-Star weekend, and things could spin out. I have no idea. We never have any idea. That's why you play the games, right? But I also believe that he has not had just the basics. Like the first season was just a mess. And it wasn't just India. I don't want to just blame that. It was that Marvin Bagley, one of the fastest power forwards in the league, breaks his thumb in game 1 with like 3 minutes left. He got karate chopped by Kelly Oubre, and you put Nemanja Bjelica, literally the slowest power forward in the NBA, as his replacement. And then right before game 10, De'Aaron Fox, we showed up to practice, and Fox was actually like limping off the court when we got there. And then it looked like nothing. And then like maybe a half hour later, we found out he had a grade 3 ankle sprain, which is like a complete detachment of the ligament. And he missed, I think, 17 games. And he should have missed like probably 25 or 30. He came back way quicker than anyone thought. Still, like the way that season worked out, it was a mess early on. And then again, you replaced De'Aaron Fox, fastest point guard in the league, with Corey Joseph, one of the slowest point guards in the league. Like just the continuity of players that you had to your bench, like nothing made sense. Like I think this mix of players is so much better. Like if you need to go up against a big guy, you've got Alex Len. If you need to go up against a strong arm guy, you got Tristan Thompson. If you have a guard that's blowing up, well, I'm going to throw Davion at you. If we got a small forward that's starting to do some things, I'm going to send Mo Harkless at you. There's just like there's more tools in the toolkit for Walton to throw at things. Now, is his roster complete? No, I wouldn't say that at all. But if we go back to that first season, I thought that they were playing much better midway through the season. I thought he had made some crucial moves in that year, including benching Dwayne Dedmon for Rashawn Holmes. We got to the midway point of that season, and he benched Buddy Hield for Bogdanovich. And so they were rolling when the pandemic hit. And, everything after that, I think threw out the window, like the bubble, everything else. And it's another one of those things, like, how many times have the Kings just barely missed? But if the bubble never happened, I don't think Vlade Divac gets fired, and things change. And then last season, if Vlade Divac's not there, I guarantee you that Bogdanovich is still on this roster going into last season. And what would this team look like differently? They missed the play-in by 2 or 3 games. What would they look like if they would have had Bogdanovich or Alex Len or Kent Bazemore?
But Tyrese probably wouldn't have been here.
Well, no, it's very possible. Tyrese fell to the Kings in the draft. Like anyone would have taken Tyrese at number 12. That's the way it goes. I mean, like you would have had
like anyone.
Well, yeah,
like
because
even the general manager you're referring to.
yes, because consensus wise, like when you got to number 10. And the Phoenix Suns, who literally get away with the worst draft picks of all time, when they drafted Smith at number 10, it was like, okay, first of all, who made that pick? Because they already didn't pick up that guy's 3rd-year option. I mean, he's already done with the team. But if you could have had Tyrese Halliburton training behind Chris Paul, Like, what in the world were they thinking? But when you got to number 11, there were two dudes on the board, and it was either Devin Vassell or Tyrese Halliburton were going to fall to number 12. So yes, I do believe that even still that at that position that Vlade would have done that, because you would have Corey Joseph coming off the books. You would have had the ability to, have a guy training for a year to be your backup 1-2. So I think so. So again, like, I think it's complicated. Like, I want to be harsh on him and say, why did this happen? But then you walk into last season, and you guys and I have discussed this a million times. That team was like, it lacked so much depth. Like, I don't even know how you had an active roster for half the games. And as soon as they had one player get hurt, like, they lost 9 in a row. That's what happened every single time. And so, like, again, I want to judge him harshly, but he ended up winning like a prorated version of 35 wins. And he's got the second highest win percentage in Sacramento Kings history behind Rick Allen. And you're just like, the whole time you're like, I just don't know. I don't know if he's the answer, if he's not. But you know what I do want to see? I actually want to wait and see how it works out, because switching head coaches all the time is just recipe for disaster. It is. It's like, that's what horrible franchises do. It's what the Kings as a bad franchise have done for 15 years. They just keep replacing guys. And I mean, what is this? Only the third coach since Adelman to get into their third season as a head coach.
That's absurd.
Wow.
That is so absurd.
Jaeger is the only one to finish a third season, and we don't even know, what would have been if Jaeger doesn't get fired. They probably make the playoffs that year. So all these little near misses, like where this streak could have ended,
Mike Malone, we'd already have a championship.
Yeah.
We're gonna come back. We're gonna talk more with James Ham. I'm glad you brought up depth. Kenny and I were just talking about something. We're talking about the roster, the rotations, what Luke's doing, and it kind of left us scratching our heads. So we're going to talk about that when 1320 Kings insider James Ham returns with us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right.
Oh, how you doing, James?
I'm good. I actually, people know my boy Corey Takahashi. Yeah, in the shoe world,
that sounds familiar. That name is
very well known.
Okay,
my boy DDT.
It sounded familiar when you said it. I was like, I'm supposed to know this person. I feel like I do. That's interesting.
He's at this point, he probably has 12 or 13. He is an expert in all things Jordans. I mean, just incredible. And like, he's my dude. Like, we had James's birthday extravaganza for my 30th. And he and one of my other buddies, we flew to New York City, got a rental car, drove to the Hall of Fame, came back, caught a game at Yankee Stadium, and just had a good time. Yeah. So he's a good dude. We've been friends for a long, long time. But yeah, if there's a Jordan that you need, the problem is you got to have the same size, right?
Yeah.
Like,
lucky for all of us. That's how I've gotten so many shoes. I share the same size with a lot of people.
Oh yeah. I have little feet.
That happens.
Namely Carol Lawson. That's how I've gotten so many. Is I share the same shoe size.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
And those 19s, those are the shoes that you have. The 19s. Fire.
Yeah.
You still got them?
Oh yeah, they're upstairs. Yeah.
Who'd you got?
The
white one. They're the white and grays.
No, I have the all black, the black with the red.
James seems like a black shoe guy.
Fire.
Yeah, like I have now I have a Timberland hookup. So one of my guys at Copeland's, I was on the floor one time and this lady said, "Hey, I'd like to offer you a job. Like, I love your customer service." And I'm like, no, I'm about to leave and go back to college. But I got somebody for you. And I gave her one of my guys, and he went on to turn that into a Timberland rep situation. And so, Timberland has like your boots and all that stuff, but they have a high-end shoe line on top of that. And so I have, I don't know, 6 pair of boots or slip-ons or boots from Timberland. And they're sick. They look like baseball gloves, a lot of them. And I even have a couple waterproof versions of boots, which are nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love some Timbs. I need to get a new pair. Got a recent new pair. Got to get a new pair.
Yeah. Well, if you had smaller feet, you could just have my Jordans. I don't care. I never wear them. Like, yeah, they look almost brand new.
Those I don't think those are coming out. And I like if you put those on StockX, James, you could probably get. I don't want to exaggerate it, but you can get a few hundred for those.
Yeah.
Jordan 19s. Those are.
I played in a basketball league wearing I think they're the T-Max with the zip up the front. They kind of look like Darkwing Duck. They look like Daffy Duck.
Those were the T-Max, I think.
And they were like I had only worn them like 2 or 3 times. I came down on a dude's foot and snapped my left ankle going up for a rebound. And yeah, so they never they've probably been worn 3 times, 4 times total, hiding upstairs. Yeah.
James, $700. You can get those. You can sell those for right now.
Even worn? Well, I don't even know if I don't think I still have the box. I had the box forever. Maybe the box is still here. Yeah.
Those are cold. The black ones are actually going for $532.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I think they're 9.5s. Yeah. So
those are some dope shoes.
Yeah, it's wild how one thing you can't do in Jordans is play basketball in them.
No, unless you're a 6'6" shooting guard.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And you're playing indoors.
That's about it.
Yeah, I felt so bad for people who bought those shoes thinking that A, that their kids would play in them, or B, that they would last more than like 2 weeks on the blacktop.
Hang on, guys. 1 second. We're coming back. Indeed, you can check us out on the Odyssey app, or you can check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Kings Insider James Ham with us here as we gear up for the Sacramento Kings and the Charlotte Hornets. James, kind enough to join us here on a game day. We were talking about the similarities of these two teams, which we'll dive into here in a minute. But Kenny and I were speculating. Hey, someone in the chat said, "Hey, Terrence Davis going to detonate tonight." And we speculated as to whether that was going to be before the game during his pregame workout or whether he actually got on the floor. And we talked about, because you and I were both second night of a back-to-back, Luke can't run 8 guys out there again. And he, in fact, did. And as I start to look at this roster like a little bit deeper, and I admittedly took Marvin Bagley out of the equation, I don't know who needs to be out there more. The only guy I'd really, really like to see just to know what he could do is Chimezie Metu. But once you get past the Alex Len or Terrence Davis or Alex Len or Tristan Thompson, and then what you're going to do with Terrence Davis, I don't know what's after that.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was having this conversation earlier. Once you who's going to play tonight? So again, Brett Huff and I had this discussion earlier. If you people know Brett Huff out there in the Twitter universe. Yeah. So anyway, he was wondering if Len or Tristan Thompson would play against his team. And this might be one of those games where Chimezie Metu makes so much sense because he is big and he's physical and he can leap. So when you're going up against Miles Bridges, who fits against Miles Bridges? Do you go Alex Len and hope that, you don't just get run around, or do you go with Tristan Thompson? Again, Tristan Thompson could get put on a poster, although he'll throw you down. But you know what I mean? Chimezie Metu might be physically a better matchup. And people go, well, what about Marvin? No, as far as physically, the athleticism and strength of Chimezie Metu makes a lot of sense. Now, I'm not saying Chimezie is going to play. Chances are they're just going to, use Mo and use. I talked to Mo today at shoot around, but use Mo, use Harrison Barnes to try to slow down some of that athleticism. But this is a fun team that's coming in. Charlotte is absolutely a blast to watch. LaMelo is so much better than I thought he would be, especially after going through pre-draft interviews and stuff with him, being on calls with him. Literally the worst interview. There's only one other guy who's even remotely close to LaMelo Ball as far as how bad the interview was with the media during pre-draft buildup. And it was like 2 or 3 times we had him on calls, and it was just so bad. The only other guy was Michael Carter Williams that was like not good at all.
I actually remember that. I remember the Michael Carter Williams stuff.
Yeah, Michael Carter Williams told us like he got done. He'd missed almost all of his shots. He actually had broken down like emotionally, like in his workout with the Kings with other players. And then he talked to the media and he said, yeah, I'm like Jason Kidd, but not like the old, like janky Jason Kidd, but like the good Jason Kidd, like from, I'm like, oh, and then,
when keeping it real goes wrong.
yeah. I mean, we walked out of there going, oh, that was bad. Like hit you in the head with a shovel bad. Like it was not good.
Not to interrupt you, James, but what was LaMelo's deal? Was it like maybe a disinterest, or like what made his so bad?
Yeah, I mean, partially it was disinterest. It was like 2-word answers, not even like 3-word answers, which like that's hard to do. Because I don't even think he said yes or no. It was just like it was bad. Like the whole thing was like everyone walked away going, "Holy cow!" But I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes that doesn't matter. Like how you present yourself, it doesn't matter. And Lonzo he's like an introvert. He's always been super quiet. You see their dad and you think that they're going to be like these crazy, noisy people. But Lonzo, like even being in the UCLA locker room when they came through for the road to the Final Four when they were in Sacramento, like he's just super quiet. And they had, was it Bryce? His dad was a coach.
Bryce,
maybe.
on UCLA.
On UCLA, yeah, it's not Bryce
point guard. He was actually,
his dad was a coach.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was the one who fielded all the questions, and when you went to Lonzo, it was like, super quiet, like 1-2-word answers, and then that's not kind of what you got from LaMelo. His was almost like a little bit of clowning. I thought coming out of it, he was either so arrogant or just like he had no idea what he was doing. But he's a heck of a player. He's fun to watch, and his length and athleticism and just his court vision is crazy. We didn't truly get to see what he would look like coming into the league just because of his path was so strange.
Yeah. Damian had some numbers that shocked the heck out of me about this Charlotte team, about how they're almost like the Kings of last year, where they're one of the top scoring teams in the league and one of the worst defensive teams in the league. And I kind of made the connection, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, where they have these great individual players that are fun to watch. They get up and down or whatever the case may be. But for the most part, they're still kind of young, where they don't understand the virtues of playing defense. They think they can outscore everybody. And I feel like the Kings, I hope, knock on wood, they've moved out of that phase after what happened last year. Like they got their heads kicked in on the defensive end last year, and they're like, we can't do this again. Like we have to do something else. And I feel like they're, in a sense, a year ahead of Charlotte with that mentality. Is that kind of what you've seen from the Hornets? They're just like, well, we get buckets, so that's all we need to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, they're fun, but you're right. Like that style of basketball, I mean, it's entertaining. Like when you're in the NBA, the worst thing you can be is boring and bad. You can be a bad team, but as long as you're exciting, then you can kind of get away with selling tickets and, selling jerseys and all that stuff. If you're boring and you're bad, then it's just, people turn it off. Like I think for a long time, Utah has been pretty boring. Like even you can go back to Stockton Malone. They're very just like they pick and rolled you to death. It's just the same thing again and again and again. That's boring. But when you're good, like people kind of forget that. And so like when it comes to like the defensive side of the ball, you're right. They probably are behind the Kings where the Kings were. And they're going to try to outscore you. It's what the Kings tried to do for a long time for the last 2 years. And sometimes it works. And sometimes you catch somebody flat footed. But it also lends itself to like gigantic swings. So they can be up by 20 and blow a 20-point lead. Again, which is what we saw with
they
the Kings
have.
all the time.
Yeah.
The Kings. Yeah, it's like it's on your tombstone there for the 2020-21 season. Yeah, no lead is safe. Yeah,
and that fits with Charlotte too. I think we saw. Isn't that what happened with Charlotte the other night against Golden State? Weren't they up? Weren't they up on Golden State?
No, because the Golden State was close, and then Golden State ran away from.
Then they ran away with it. Okay,
but I think Cleveland was a game like that where they were up on Cleveland, and Cleveland kind of tracked them down and came back to win. And there was another game like that as well. I can't remember.
Well, I think it's the mark of a young bad team. I mean, it's what we saw from New Orleans, and that's where I think you might be right that the Kings are a step ahead, because the second the Kings turned the screws in the fourth quarter and started playing defense, they just ran that team over. I mean, they held the Pelicans to 12 points in the fourth quarter. Some of that's missed shots, some of that's on the other team, but some of that is because you played really aggressive and you played defensively and your shifts were good and you got in passing lanes. You started to pick up some steals. That's one thing this team isn't doing, which is totally baffling to me, how they're like 28th in the league in steals, and 28th in the league in steals, and they're in the top 10 in pace. So just think if they had more live ball turnovers, their pace would even go up further. You could get a lot more scoring opportunities off of those types of plays. But yeah, it's a process. Like, when I talk about this, it's not like the Kings are the only ones who have to learn how to compete. And then once you learn how to compete, you got to learn how to compete in the fourth quarter. And then once you learn how to compete in the fourth quarter, you got to figure out how to win games. And then once you figure out how to win games, you got to figure out how to win consistently. That's a process that so many teams go through. It's not just like the Kings are the only team that do this. And it's the good teams that once they get to that next stage where they understand how to go through that process quickly and get into the season quickly, and all of a sudden they're already winning games, that's the teams that consistently win. And then they start building winning cultures and all that stuff. So I think that this should be a fun game. This should be a good, entertaining game where two teams that really don't know any better part of the time are just going to be going all over the place, up and down the court. And I want to see Fox he had a good start. He had a solid game, and it wasn't just over the top wonderful. It was really efficient and strong. I want to see him build on that and maybe have one of those breakout games.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how nuts Kings Twitter would go if De'Aaron's breakout game of the season was tonight against LaMelo Ball? And it's just all of a sudden now it's a De'Aaron Fox war on all of the Ball brothers.
Yeah, because
I would love that.
Even Fox, didn't he drop 39 on Alonso in
college?
In college.
Yeah, they used to in the Lake Kentucky game.
Yeah, and people are like, it's Bryce Alford. Thank you.
Bryce.
Steve Alford's son. Yeah. So anyway, I would love it because that's what you're kind of hoping for. But it's totally possible because LaMelo doesn't play. He's not like a lockdown defender. He is kind of like his brother, where he's long and he's rangy and he's bigger than he looks. And then especially once you get up against him, you're like, okay, he is much bigger than you think he is. And so that's a challenge. It'll be a challenge for a guy like Davion, which I think that's going to be fun. And, we didn't get to see, I think we only saw one matchup last year with Halliburton and Ball. And the one matchup, I don't think Halliburton I think he was in sort of a rookie wall moment.
Yeah.
So I would like to see that as well. Like the two guys that were really, for the most part during the whole season, were the best of the best from the rookie class.
Speaking of Tyrese Halliburton with our guy James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider, his fingerprints, his DNA was all over that game on Wednesday. And as much as I feel this team is different when De'Aaron Fox is cooking and he's scoring like we expect him to, they're also pretty different when Tyrese Halliburton is out there doing the things that had us falling in love with them all of last season. And I thought he was starting to play better leading into that game on Wednesday, kind of quietly. But the game on Wednesday was like the breakout. Oh, season started. I'm here. Hopefully. That's what we hope. How much different is this team when he's out there defending the way he is, passing the ball the way he is, and being aggressive with a shot?
Yeah, that was his first game this season over 20 points, I believe. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's pretty startling. And Luke talked about it in post game. He said, I've been like imploring Tyrese Halliburton that like, we want your imprint on this team, his personality. He wants that on this team. And it's this, like, I don't want to say happy go lucky. It's, first of all, he's so intelligent. And that comes across every single time you talk to him. But it's just a basketball IQ thing that he brings. And it's a joy for the game that he brings that's what Luke's looking for. He's looking for that, that just, I don't know. He's the whole package, right? We talked about, in the pre-draft buildup, like I think I wrote that season, I wrote 22 mock drafts because it was so extended, right?
Yeah.
Like the draft didn't happen until
That
like
is
October.
commitment.
Yeah, like it was something like 80 million page views, but yeah, there was a commitment there. And I needed to be committed afterwards because it's not fun to just move things around and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite. I kept saying, if it translates, he is going to be really, really, really good. And you just didn't know. You didn't know if that the shot was awkward, but someone who, watched Kevin Martin all the way through his career is like, well, that doesn't matter. Like Kevin Martin had the strangest shot ever. Now, if he was Lonzo Ball, who had a strange shot and it clearly didn't translate early in his career, I think that's different. But everything about him was like, okay, he can get you 5 rebounds. He can get you 5 assists. He can get you 2 steals. He can get you a block. But in that game the other night, he had 4 steals. He had 2 blocks. He's actually had a bunch of blocks already this season. I think he's second on the team in blocks. It's either him or Alex Len. They're like neck and neck, but like the dude is just rangy and long, and he's got really good balance. And we haven't seen that like signature breakout game where he drops 25 or 30, but I don't think that matters. I think he's a guy that, as much as De'Aaron Fox like is the guy who stirs the drink, I think he's going to be that guy as well. And I'll point this out too. Like in the conversation with Luke and the conversation with Tyrese and the conversation with De'Aaron the other night following the game, each of them in different ways, like they either talked about or showed different styles of leadership. And I think we get so tied up and De'Aaron Fox has to be this. He has to be this. He can be a leader without saying a word just by dominating on the court. And Tyrese can be a leader by like bringing that love of the game and that spirit that he has. And Tristan Thompson can be a leader by being a guy who keeps the room light and who directs traffic and who holds people accountable. Harrison Barnes can be a leader by the way that he conducts himself both on and off the court. There's a lot of different ways that you can be a leader. And I think that so many people get tied up and they want this one specific type of thing from a player. And when that player doesn't give them that, or he drops a bunch of F-bombs and they think, well, half the people are like, well, that was leadership. I love it. That's my point guard. And another half are like, everything he said is counter to anything I wanted to hear. Like there is no right way to do this. And each of these guys have different personalities. And I think that we're going to see that there's potential for the Kings to have like 7 leaders and for all of them to lead together and to be really good. And you don't have that one LeBron James voice or one Chris Paul voice, but you got a bunch of guys who hold each other accountable. I mean, one of the best leaders in the game right now is Steph Curry. And he's an introvert. He's quiet, but that is his team and everyone knows it. Draymond can run, can talk all he wants. Everyone knows that that's Steph's team. And so again, we need to get away from this conceived notion of what it is to be a leader and who can be a leader and who's not being a leader and who is. At the end of the day, I think all of them have shown leadership in trying to get De'Aaron Fox through his early season struggles. And that's good. Everyone can be a leader.
It's funny how often we've been hearing the term aggressive this so far in this young season. You mentioned Luke Walton imploring, they want Tyrese Halliburton's handprints all over, this team. They want to be a big part of everything they're doing. De'Aaron said something similar, just in a much more not suitable for work way when he was talking about he was pushing Tyrese Halliburton to shoot the ball more. So it feels like, I mean, we've heard we want Harrison to be more aggressive. We've heard we want Tyrese to be more aggressive. De'Aaron is just starting to find his way. It feels like, of all things, in a dramatic twist of events here, the team is trying to find itself offensively versus trying to find itself defensively.
Wow.
There's a lot of hands out. Like, I think, like we talked about this a little bit earlier in the week. Like, there are games where I think that Buddy inadvertently like sucks the air out of the room on the court. Like, it's just too much. You can't. But the moment we see him kind of take a step back, and he had 9 shots in the last game, and he was exceptional. Like, some of the stuff Buddy Hield was doing on the court, I was like, okay, buddy, I've never seen you do that. Like, the hustle, the defensive stuff that he was doing, the fact that he went to the rim, what he ended up scoring, like 17 points or 16, whatever it was. Like, he gave you so much, and it didn't have to be him shooting 14 threes. I think when he does shoot 14 threes, he takes some of the confidence away from the rest of the guys. I think it's part of the reason why Terrence Davis is basically just faded away, because he just can't get enough. He can't get enough looks, and he can't get enough, like he can't catch a rhythm because he just doesn't have the opportunities, and he's a guy who needs that.
Right.
I thought that this last game was one of those moments where, like, okay, look, you're starting to see what this team could look like if they're all firing on all cylinders. Harrison Barnes does not have to score 27 a game for this team to be good. It would be nice if Fox could score 25 a game, but he doesn't have to score 25 a game in order for this team to be good. But he doesn't have to shoot 14 shots. This team has enough depth of talent, not just, multiple players, but different looks and different things that they can do, that this team can score. So eventually, I think they're going to be just fine. Again, I'll tell you this too. Like, we get so caught up in, and you hear this word small sample size. I'll explain this. This is small sample size in a nutshell. On Sunday, the Kings were 6th in the NBA, according to Basketball Reference, in pace. After Sunday's game on Tuesday, they were 3rd. After Wednesday's game, they were 7th. Like, that is what a small sample size is. It's 8 games into the season. We don't know who they are yet. We don't know, like, they could have a stinker where they drop to 12, or they could be incredible and have this fast-paced game against Charlotte, which we're all expecting, and all of a sudden they're first in the league in pace. We just have to take a step back and say, okay, like, we have to get more of a sample size. We have to see this team play longer and let them simmer in the pot a little bit more and see how they look once everyone is firing and everyone's having a good game. And then maybe you got something.
One more thing about Wednesday night's game. Damien and I, we talked about it yesterday. And tell us if you agree or not. The way that game went, where it was a team that on paper, I always say this all the time, like, anything could happen in the NBA, but if you're playing your A game and this team is playing their A game, you should beat them. That's how I equate it. So that's what was going on with the Pelicans, but they just couldn't shake them. And the Pelicans end up going on like a 12-0 run and go up by 6 midway through the 3rd. I believe the last couple of years, last year, the year before, maybe even the Jaeger year, I think the Kings lose that game. There's something about those moments when they couldn't shake a team, and the team, kind of builds their confidence up, hits some shots, and takes a lead, where the Kings can't shake that. And not only did they shake it on Wednesday, they ran away from the Pelicans. Do you agree you've seen as much Kings basketball lately as anybody? Is that a game they don't win last year or the year before or something like that?
Oh, it's very possible. Yeah, I mean, for the last 15 years, it's a game that again, we talked about trap games. I don't believe in trap games. I believe that you either come out and you play or you don't. And a lot of times this team, it doesn't matter who they're playing, they just don't come out and play right. I think that this team in particular has some of that sort of depth and character that maybe they can, like, overcome something. And I think one of the moments, like, they had just blown their lead, right? And New Orleans came back. And Luke talked about this, like, Tristan Thompson, like, they go to, after Rashawn Holmes gets tossed from the game, they go to Tristan Thompson, and you're looking at a guy who hasn't been playing that often. And he's only going to get a small window. And in 5 minutes, he didn't have, I don't think he had a rebound. He didn't have a point. I think he had one personal foul. It didn't matter. That was the 5 games that game changed. He changed the entire direction of the game in 5 minutes where he did not put up any stats. And that is leadership. And you know, Walton even said it afterwards, like he knew he was not going to play. He knew the game plan 100%. He stepped on the floor. He was ready to play. He was ready to fill in. He's ready to not go out and score a bunch of points or go grab a bunch of rebounds. Go win the game. Go play winning basketball. And that's where I think that this team is slightly different. Again, I talked to Mo Harkless earlier. How many games this season does Mo Harkless almost, you look at the box score afterwards and you're like, I do not remember Mo Harkless being on the floor for 29 minutes. And you're thinking, oh, that's horrible. He didn't score a bunch of points. And then you think to yourself, I also don't remember Mo getting posterized. I don't remember him getting beat on a back cut. I don't remember him leaving a guy in a corner and giving up a wide open 3. Which I think Davion got caught a couple of times in that Pelicans game, leaving his dude wide open and giving up the corner 3 ball and got burnt a couple of times. And I'm not saying that's a rookie thing. He's got to get through that. But that's what having some of these guys on the court means. They are doing what they're doing, and they're doing it like almost in obscurity, but it impacts the team's ability to win a game. And so 28 minutes, I don't know, 22 minutes, I'd rather see of a guy like Mo Harkless, just because I think some guys can give you more. But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is how many wins you have at the end of the season. It doesn't matter if Mo Harkless scores 6 points in 28 minutes a game. That doesn't matter. Just if you win 35 games or you win 42 or you win 46, that's what matters. And I think that's what some of these players bring to the table.
That's our man, James Ham. James, we appreciate you so much. We're going to be hearing a lot from you. There's a very busy schedule ahead for the Sacramento Kings with a couple of games this weekend, and then they're right back at it with their second back-to-back on Sunday and Monday. So we will talk to you next week. We'll continue to be on the lookout for the Kings Beat podcast. If you want to check out James' writing, check out his pinned tweet at James Ham NBA, and we will be back with more here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear. Thanks, man. I know game days at home are a little tough, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, it's okay. I was able to make it back in time, and I was watching the clock. I may have driven too fast. But,
I did like when you said 1, I was like, okay, he's going home, and then I started to think, is he gonna make it? Like,
yeah. I had a small window to get home, so
okay.
It was okay.
It reminds me of like college, right? Like before my last class, the time between the last class and basketball practice. If I went right after class, I'd have a good enough time to, chill at the house. But if I hung around for like 30 minutes, there's no use in going home, right?
Yeah. Well, it's an hour drive each way. So like I'll spend 4 hours in the car today because I'm going back. So yeah, it does and you have to leave at a certain time or you're just going to get stuck in traffic. It is a bit of a crazy back and forth thing, but it's cool. I love it. I would rather do this than sit in like that bunker room down below and kind of do it that way. Cause then I'm at the mercy of people coming in the room and all that stuff. And I should start bringing gear if I'm going to do that. So yeah, I'll just figure it out.
I got to get you a couch, man, where you can take a nap down there.
That's right. Yeah. The 49ers, they have cubicles for every single one of the writers.
Oh yeah.
Like they have a whole room set up for like, you have your own cubicle that you can put stuff on the walls and have plants.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, I don't know if you could have plants because it's in the basement, but yeah, they have their own room. Like Matt Mayako has his own room there, his own space where he can leave stuff. And, like if you need to leave a sweatshirt or a change of clothes or anything else. Yeah. You got stuff going on. Yeah. I'll snap a pic and send you guys a pic of my shoes here in a few.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right on, James. Thanks, buddy.
Take care.
See you guys.
All right. We'll see you. Oh, man. It's always. Yeah, right. Odell has not hit the waiver wire yet. We should probably. I don't know. This rundown is trash. You want to go Odell? Ian just said that the transaction hasn't been processed, so he actually hasn't hit the waiver wire yet. I don't remember what. Oh, Kittle's playing. That was Kyle Shanahan confirmed that Kittle's playing. So we probably go 49ers. Let's head towards football. Yeah. Debo practiced today, yeah?
Yeah, but Kyle said he's worse than last week, so I don't know. I don't know what that means for his playing status.
I don't know if Jelly's in the chat. Jelly's rocking the blue hoodie today. I can't lie. It's really cool seeing people wear that stuff.
It is.
Like whether you're just posting the pic on Twitter or whatever, like it's really freaking cool, man. I think I don't know the handle, but did you see the burgundy, the maroon? Oh my gosh,
he did that
with the gold and the. Ooh, I think what was the handle? I thought he was in here earlier. Oh, that was so clean.
He did that.
Oh, so clean,
man,
so clean. There she is. Jelly. I love you, Jelly. I love that pic. Thanks for posting it. That's cool. That's cool. Are you going tonight, Jill? Gonna go watch LaMelo, Lonzo, LiAngelo. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of comfy season for sure. That's how we roll, man. We cozy fam. Post game. Oh, right. Yeah, you guys are working your ass off over there. I got to tap into your Twitter game. I know you guys been doing that stuff too.
Yeah, they got what are those? The spaces.
Oh,
the spaces.
Oh, excuse me, big boss lady. There's so much great Kings content out there.
There is.
Talking about
we are out here with Kings content in Sacramento. Absolutely.
ESPN 1320 and what James Ham's doing with the Kings Beat and the Kings Herald, all of the tremendous work they do there. Brandon Nunez, one of our favorites, the Heartbreak Kid. He did a podcast with James earlier. We're talking with Jill. She's got the Hoop Ball podcast. They just interviewed Vlade's son as part of a episode. Man, we've got, it's such a passionate fan base for such a terrible organization, man. Like James was talking about the coaches and Luke Walton's winning percentage as compared, like he's the second winningest coach, and that's not a celebration of Luke Walton, man. That's an indictment of this organization.
Facts.
It's like it's Rick Adelman and nothing else.
Yeah. Facts.
People talking about we gonna put a statue outside of what? Of Rick? Because that's about it. Put Rick out there. You could go Chick Hearn style. I'm good with putting the G-Man out there.
Yeah.
Man, or Jerry, but man, I don't know what player you putting out there. I'd rather put Wayman Tisdale. Out there with a saxophone than a basketball.
First statue, actually. I was about to say the next statue.
The first would. I don't know, Chris.
I was about
Mitch?
Chris. I think Chris before Mitch.
I mean, I wouldn't put Mitch. I would put Chris. I feel like I don't know. Mitch is one of the.
Weren't they around for the same? But I mean, Chris won a whole lot more. He was on winning teams, but they were around for about the same amount of time. Mitch got here in 92, 93, I think.
What I don't remember how many. I was going to say 8 years. I don't know if he was here that long.
He was here until 99, so it was like 6 or 7 years. He had one playoff season. I don't even know if they had a winning record, but
I mean, Stefan's saying C. Webb's a Hall of Famer. True, but so is Vlade.
So is Mitch.
Vlade's a Hall of Famer. Mitch Richmond's a Hall of Famer. Like all three. As ass backwards as this organization has been, there have been some good ball players to come through the doors.
I think it should be Chris. It should be Chris.
I'm all for.
Out.
I'm all for the Boogie statue.
Hell yeah.
I'm all for the DeMarcus Cousins statue.
Hell yeah. Give me that statue.
If we were gonna do it right, we'd put the Boogie statue with. And I'll give her. You got to put Katie out there too with the microphone. That's the statue that should be out there, and the plaque just says it's getting ridiculous. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. Or that weird sequence where him and Joel kept slapping each other on the ass really, really hard.
Moving statue.
That's right.
Maybe just hire some of the guys that are out of like Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco to just continuously move. And
what's the
statues?
It's not the Catch because that's the Dwight Clark statue. Oh, isn't there a Philly Specials statue?
There might be.
They really got a statue of Nick Foles outside that stadium. Dude, think about that.
The Philly Special. Philly Special.
Nick Foles got a statue, bro.
And look, it was a great play. I'm sure it was a great moment. It was in the second quarter.
Oh, man.
It was in the second quarter of a game that you won by a score. Like there was probably 3 more touchdowns after that play.
Man, Rory, this is a hell of a question. What comes first, a Kings championship or another Kings player going to the Hall of Fame?
Oh, another Kings player in the Hall of Fame.
You sure?
I only say that because that's easier.
The championship ain't coming.
Well, that's another Hall of Fame player is easier than a chip, in my opinion.
Is there so Chris is in the Hall of Fame, but this is the basketball Hall of Fame. It's not the NBA Hall of Fame. Did Chris make his Hall of Fame career in Sacramento?
Yes, he did.
Because I think of because I would even Vlade didn't like. Well, I don't know if Vlade would be Sacramento or overseas. Like I feel like Vlade's got a lot of different,
He made it in Sacramento too.
With the Kings though. So with the Kings, like if your Hall of Fame candidacy was a pie chart, right? This is a visual. This right here, this is Kobe. This is Dirk. But for the Kings Hall of Famers, it's like, yeah, like this little piece of pie right here. That's the Kings career. That's the Warriors or the Bullets or overseas or this or that. And it's like, man.
But I'll say this though. I'll disagree a little bit because obviously Weber was who he was at Michigan and Fab Five and all that. If he doesn't have his Sacramento career, there's no chance. If his career goes the way it had been going in the NBA, there's no chance he's a Hall of Famer.
Chris?
Yeah. There's no chance.
Chris was traded when he was really good. It was just
he was good. He was good, but I mean they were
first. The team wasn't. Yeah.
Like he was good, but it wasn't a Hall of Fame career. What happened in here in Sacramento?
Okay.
Gave him that extra push. And I feel the same way about Vlade. Vlade was great internationally. He was well known with the Lakers or whatever, but the times that they spent in Sacramento pushed them over.
Is everyone done pretending Michigan didn't happen, or are we back to acknowledging how impactful Michigan was? I can't remember.
I'm trying to think that
did name, image, likeness change everything? Like, okay, let's acknowledge how stupid all this was and keep it moving.
Did they put the banners back up? I don't think they did. I know Jalen has been there. Jalen's gone back for basketball games, and he's been like, there's all this public acknowledgement of like, let's get it back together. Let's show,
which is trash.
And they never do.
Yeah, it's trash. Well, it's trash because it's always Jalen that wants to do it. It's always that group that wants to do it when they were the ones that wronged Chris.
No, Chris wronged himself. We've talked about this before.
Man, we have talked about this before, and you and I don't see it the same way. They buried Chris in that stupid ass documentary. I'm the only person alive who doesn't like that Fab Five documentary.
That's different.
They buried him.
I just thought Chris lied, and he won't say that I lied and why he lied.
He lied about getting paid.
Yeah,
I think I think a lot of people lied about getting paid, including Jalen.
Jalen don't lie. Jalen, hell yeah, he gave me money. I love this guy. He was like a father figure.
Jalen lied. We saw two different documentaries. Jalen does not. Jalen acts like he was given money to go to a movie, while Chris was given money to like buy a car and a house and and be set for life. Jalen Rose, who was the second best player on that squad, acts like he was getting money to get a candy bar from this guy.
He does act that way with that. But here's
and he was the poorest one of all of them.
Here's where I see the issue is, and where it came is Jalen was like, if he says he was getting a car or a candy bar, either way, he's like, yeah, I took money. Mr. Martin was like a father figure to me. Hell yeah, I took that. He was looking out for me. I didn't have nothing. And Chris, maybe he's changed since it happened, but at the time he was like, no, I don't know nothing about this guy. I didn't take no money. I don't even know who this guy was. He was kind of that's where it was, because he tries to paint him as somebody that tried to take advantage of those guys. Chris paints Martin as somebody that tried to take advantage of him. And Jalen's like, don't do that. Like, he was a good dude. Don't do that. That's where the disagreement comes from.
I'm just asking. How do we know Chris isn't speaking his truth, though? How do we know that that's not how Chris views this? Do those people all over college campuses? Now, maybe Jalen views it some way, and maybe Chris views it some way. Maybe they all got along because Chris trying to give them, everybody was, had their hands out, or he had his hands out for everybody. Well, maybe Chris has seen it that way. I don't know who this guy is, but maybe he saw it as someone taking advantage of young people.
He could have. But what Jalen is saying is, we've known this guy since we were 11 years old, and he's been nothing but good to us. Now, he may have ulterior motives, and maybe that's how Chris is looking at it, but he's been nothing but good for it.
Why do these kids notice, man? All right, forget it.
Well, I know.
We just don't see.
I don't give them money, but I know 11-year-olds.
You going to know them for the next 15 years?
Probably so, but
I mean, unless they Reese's best friends.
I mean, it's different. Like if they come to train, and I see, that's essentially what it is. Or if I open the gym, you know what I mean?
But that's not what this dude was.
Yeah, it kind of was.
He was a booster. All right, we're never gonna see eye to eye on this. We're just not gonna. Maybe I need to watch that. I hated that documentary. I never gave it a second watch. I thought it was trash. I thought they buried Chris because he didn't want to be a part of it, and it was Jalen's little project with his homeboy. And Chris was like, I don't want no part of that. And so they buried him. They were like, all right, he's not going to be here. Cool. He gets the self-destruction of the Ultimate Warrior treatment. That's what he gets. We're going to bury his ass if he's not going to be a part of it. That's a reference 4 people got, but I make references for 4 people.
He buried him.
All right.
And I'll say this. I'm just going to say this because I really do like the guy. Chris's actions have always been consistent. And what I mean by that is, how many head-scratching moments have we had with Chris Webber? We're just hearing him in.
Remember when he yelled at everybody? Yeah.
Really, Chris? I don't remember it that way, but okay.
All right.
Across the board, Chris Webber has head-scratching moments, and we just say, interesting.
Well, I mean, that's
so right. He's been consistent a lot of the time.
All right. I just don't. We're never gonna vibe on this subject of Michigan, just like we absolutely are not. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can catch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. And we welcome in our man, the host of BetMGM Tonight and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider, Quentin Mayo. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit betql.com. Hey, Q.
AOQ.
What's good, fellas? How's it going?
I'm good, man. I ain't talked to my man in a couple weeks, man. I wasn't here last week. You know what I'm saying? I think Quentin might have been gone the week before. Like, I ain't talked to my man Q in a minute.
Two ships passing in the night, man. That's what happens around.
I can't keep up with his schedule, man. Are you in the States or are you in Mexico this week? Where are you at?
I'm very domestic. I'm in the States.
He's got duties reporting on the Washington Wizards, man.
Yeah,
he's got the scoop on the Wizards. Okay, real talk. How happy are the Wizards right now? Like,
I think they're pretty happy.
Yeah.
I think they're pretty, especially when you watch some of these highlights from other games.
Easy, Q. Easy.
I wasn't going to bring up what I saw last night. I wasn't going to say nothing.
Hey, look, I'll leave. Y'all can talk without me because I will not tolerate this. I will not tolerate this.
I think they'll be fine. I think the Lakers will be fine. I know they still got some injuries they have to deal with and, come back from. I just question the rotation sometimes, and the fit is just so weird because not saying that LeBron or Russell Westbrook is anywhere close to being LeBron, but you got two guys that aren't primary jump shooters that like to have the ball in their hands and play make, and that makes it difficult for both of those guys to coexist. But also Russell Westbrook, I watched him every game as a Wizard last year. This is just what you get from Russell Westbrook. Like, if you look at that game last night as well, without Russell and his performance before, of that daisical move when he left the guy wide open for a game-winning or a game-sealing bucket, without his performance up to that point, they're not even close in that game. So that's kind of what happens when you have Russell Westbrook on your team. You live to see what's the quote? You live just to see long enough to see yourself a hero or something like that, a villain. I don't know, man.
Live long enough to see yourself be a hero.
There you go. Something. I think they said that.
Did MLK say that? Is that another MLK quote? Boy, it's Martin Luther King Day here in November, boy. I'm telling you,
man. Is very angry right now at what's going on social media.
Dr. King just in his grave, like, Jesus Christ, again? Come on, man.
That's hilarious.
Nah, I brought that up because those former Lakers are playing really well for Washington.
They are.
Yeah.
What'd you think about the first college football playoff rankings?
I have an issue with Oregon.
Oh,
how in the world? How is Oregon there? Like, where's the love for Cincinnati? And how is Oregon so high? Oregon sucks. What are you guys so astonished about?
Calm down, Q.
Okay.
Calm down. All right, relax a little bit. Oregon's got the best. Oregon arguably has the best and win all college football season.
What?
What do you mean what? They went to Ohio State. They went to the Horseshoe and they won. And Ohio State is rolling right now. Name a better win all year.
Texas. Texas A&M. But
you talked about is Cincinnati going to Notre Dame. That'd probably be number 2.
Yeah, but Notre Dame's trash.
But they're still ranked top 10.
Yeah, they ain't moving out of that 10. Thank God.
Oregon lost to Stanford, guys.
Yeah, that was
the
worst loss.
Yeah.
That might have been the worst loss.
Stanford. They don't cover again. Maybe it's because they don't cover the spread. They cost you money. They barely beat California. They beat UCLA by 3. Before that, like, what have they done? That's an abomination. I think Oregon is way too overvalued. They're not a good football team right now, and they're mad injured. Like, what are we even going to see when they make it to the playoffs? Like, what team are we going to be watching them? Like, they have no healthy body.
They might not make it. Like, that's the way it is. Like, you know how
you saw probably twice. I don't know. Get past both of those.
You know how these are set up. They're set up so games become impactful. Ohio State and Michigan State has massive ramifications. Michigan and Ohio State has massive ramifications. The only thing I hope is that Cincinnati just gets out of the conversation.
Stop.
ACC is terrible. Like, come on, man. Like, why are we repping for Cincinnati? Because what are we doing? No, they don't.
Put them in there now. Then just stop ESPN.
Then put them next to Notre Dame.
Big time game against Cincinnati. No, because you're never going to let Cincinnati in. Just put them on ESPN Plus. Don't act like this is something that it's not. Well, I'm just saying.
They put them on ESPN Plus.
Q, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, though, because I think Cincinnati should be in the top 4 right now. But after what they've done, they played on the road against Indiana. They played on the road against Notre Dame. They came in ranked high enough. If all that has gone on and they're still not in your top 4, then stop lying to me and say they even have a chance. Like, if they did all that and they still don't have a shot, then just stop lying and be like, oh, we got to put Cincinnati here in Saturday night prime time. No, because you're never going to put them in.
Yeah, that's true. I respect that. And Cincinnati will play a legit team and get smoked. I mean, we saw. Then they play Ohio State. We already know what's going to happen. Cincinnati's not.
Notre Dame's a legit team.
Yeah,
no, they're not. No, they're not. They're not.
It's college. I mean, college football is not even great this year, if we're being completely honest. Because if we want to really talk about all these rankings, they mean nothing because Georgia or Alabama is going to win it all. And I'm leaning Georgia right now.
I'm leaning Georgia too. I don't want to see Alabama no mo, as Birdman once said. No mo. I don't want to see Alabama or Ohio State. No mo.
Yeah, Georgia's going to roll everybody. That defense is too good, man. They're doing this with a backup quarterback. It's sick. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's really ridiculous. Quentin Mayo, host of Bet MGM tonight with us here on Dealing with KC. By the way, it's Tulsa Golden Hurricanes in Cincinnati this week. So, yeah, that'll put some butts in the seats right there. That's 20. How many was there a big line shift? We were joking about the MLK quotes. Was there a big line shift this week with the Packers and Chiefs after the Aaron Rodgers news?
Oh, I didn't really see any line shift. I can pull it up right now. It wouldn't surprise me. So no, it's still at 7. So the number actually hasn't moved. I think they had already baked in the fact that Aaron Rodgers probably was not going to play. Well, maybe it opened up at 4.5. I got to remember if my memory serves me correctly. But in any event, I still, if Jordan Love doesn't get ruled out at last minute, because you got to understand, Aaron Rodgers, of course, tests positive. Another guy there tests positive. The backup quarterback tests positive. If Jordan Love was in the quarterback room, why hasn't he tested positive? Like, that close contact is very concerning to me. So he could still get scratched here. But if Jordan Love is a full go, I kind of like them to cover 7 on the road against the Kansas City Chiefs because of the fact that they still have some weapons. The Chiefs are a mess right now. The Chiefs turn the ball over. David Bakhtiari might be back for the Packers this week. I think that factors into it a lot as well. The Chiefs are very unimpressive this year, and it is really sad. Their offensive line is terrible as well. I would probably lean the Packers at 7-point dogs on the road if Jordan Love is playing quarterback. Now, if I have to watch Blake Bortles play quarterback, I might have to turn that off very quickly and take that bet back. But I'll wait to see the news on Jordan Love. It looks like he will get the start, but if not, I'm all the way out on Blake Bortles.
Before we go even further into the NFL and maybe a little NBA if we got time, I got to give you my college picks this week. My top 3 games. Going Ohio State -14 in Nebraska. I'm going NC State -2.5 at Florida State. And I'm going with your guys, your boys, the Oregon Ducks, -7 in Washington. What you think?
Okay. I can't come on here and support the Oregon pick after all the trash I've talked about Oregon. But I don't hate to play for money ramifications. I just hope that they can cover for you because they have not covered for me when I decided to back them. The NC State play against Florida State, I actually think that line should be higher than 2.5.
Yeah,
so I love that you got
NC
State there. NC State is really good. Florida State is a freaking mess. And it's funny because everybody just wants to hold on to these memories of Florida State like they're a good football program when they're not. They haven't been for a very long time. NC State they're a really disciplined team. The defense is phenomenal, and offensively they have weapons across the board, and they also have a lot of returning guys for the past 2 seasons that are mature in their abilities there. So I like NC State a lot. And what was your first pick?
Ohio State -14 at Nebraska.
Yeah, it's Nebraska. Ohio State will cover that. I like that.
Ohio State covering. They covering everything right now. Ohio State.
They are.
Yeah.
Didn't Ohio State get one of their quarterbacks suspended?
Oh, damn.
Didn't they have what was Jack Miller suspended?
I didn't see that one. I might have to
see it either.
Go back there and do a little.
Yeah.
Well, you might want to revamp those whole picks. I tried to tell you to give me these picks in advance. Here's a couple of notes. There's a reason Quentin hates Oregon. Oregon has failed to cover 9 straight as a favorite.
Jeez, they're due.
That's the longest active streak in the FBS, and they're 0-6 against the spread.
But the thing with Oregon is, though, I don't hate backing Oregon because at some point you're like, the team has to cover. I do the same thing. I'm like, at some point they have to stop sucking so bad and they win me some money. So this might be the week that they cover. But if not, you have to back them again next week until they do.
Damn.
Kyler Murray and DeAndre Hopkins, game time decisions for the Cardinals and the 49ers. 49ers looked all right last week. What do you think about that one?
I'm going to ride with the Arizona Cardinals. I know there's still a chance that Kyler Murray does play. But if not, I know it's not going to be sexy, but Colt McCoy is a veteran guy who's played a lot of big-time football games. The 49ers are not good, and I don't understand what has happened to them. I like the Cardinals, even when the line came down with the Kyler Murray news, they were still 1-point favorites. Now the line is completely flipped to 2.5 underdogs. The Cardinals are, and also that's ridiculous because you look at the injuries and you say, well, Kyler Murray's out, but if you look on the other side of things, the 49ers are dealing with a lot of injuries as well, specifically in their secondary, which sucks because their secondary needs this. Like Jimmy Ward didn't practice today with a quad injury. Their secondary is already trash. He's probably not going to play this weekend. You look at George Kittle, who's questionable. He did practice. Deebo Samuel's questionable. He's averaging 117 yards per game. Elijah Mitchell was questionable for the 49ers. He had back-to-back 100-yard games. Azeez Al-Shahir questionable. Robbie Gould's questionable. Maurice Hurst is questionable. A bunch of other key guys on offense for the 49ers. And I think we may be overvaluing that game against the Chicago Bears a little bit, too, because the Bears, Justin Fields is fun to watch play football. But if you look at things like both sides of the ball, they're in shambles right now. They actually tried to sell everybody at the deadline. I do have a trend for you, though. The San Francisco 49ers, 1-10 against the spread at home in their last 11 home games. They're 2-5 against the spread this season. So I would not jump on them to cover as favorites. I would take the Arizona Cardinals, even if Colt McCoy is under center. I think one of the top guys for the receiving corps of the Cardinals will play. I think DeAndre Hopkins or AJ Green will play, and that's enough. And even if they don't play, you got to look at the rest of those guys that they have in Arizona that can beat those guys. You got Rondell Moore, you got Christian Kirk, you got Zach Ertz, Chase Edmonds. All are weapons that are active and ready to go. So they're going to tear apart that secondary. I do see the 49ers are probably going to try to come out and run the ball against the Cardinals, which is their weakness. But I still like the Cardinals, and I love the fact that I'm getting them as 3-point dogs against a 49ers team that has not been good at all.
Oh, Q, you disrespected Russell Westbrook. You disrespected the 49ers. What, you want to say something bad about the Kings now while we're here?
What, you want to talk about our mamas while you at it?
I would never do that. Come on now. Come on. Not that
Q, you are that dude, man. We appreciate you, Brody. Thanks for joining us.
Take care, man.
Have a great show.
All
right, man. It's our man Quentin Mayo. You can check him out. He's the host of BetMGM Tonight, and he's our Odyssey Sports Insider. Insider Calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Do not go anywhere. As he opened the door for the 49ers conversation, let's have one. The Prince of Niners Wire and the host of Candlestick Chronicles. And, of course, he's at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco as well. Our dear, close, longtime personal friend, Kyle Madson, joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I feel like if you're an 80s wrestling fan, you really love this show.
You have to.
Are you doing the show?
Oh, I'm doing it. Yeah. Relax. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And it is time. Canelo versus Plant. This is really, oh man, this is probably about four years in the making. Not specifically this fight, but seeing Canelo step up in class, step up in talent. I've said a number of different times, the Caleb Smith, we're not interested. The Billy Joe Saunders, we're not interested. The Yildirims, we're not interested. You need to go where the big boys are. You need to go to the PBC, face a Caleb Plant, face a Charlo, face a David Benavidez. Hell, if you want to stay home, face a Demetrius Andre. Well, 4 years later, we're finally getting it. Canelo against at least one of them in Caleb Plant. Some would say the easiest of them all, but that's neither here nor there. I think Caleb Plant is a good fighter. I think this is going to be a good fight. When I talk about whether or not Caleb has enough to beat Canelo, it always comes down to me. Does he have enough pop to make Canelo respect him? I don't know if he does. I really don't. Now, he's a good fighter, a really good fighter. Quick hands plans for a reason. He's going to go around. He's going to try and outbox him. But when Canelo tries to turn the pressure on, does he have enough to keep Canelo off of him? I don't know. There's going to be rounds in here where Caleb Plant is going to dominate rounds. He's going to win rounds because that's the way Canelo fights. He's going to give you opportunities to win rounds on the scorecard. But there's two things there. Number one, like I just mentioned, can you take the pressure that Canelo's going to bring? And number two, let's just keep it real. Are you going to win enough rounds to beat Canelo Alvarez in Las Vegas? Come on now. WBC is involved too. We know what it is. Canelo's good on his own, but that's a tall task to try and beat Canelo on points if you're Caleb Plant. I think Canelo Alvarez wins this one against Caleb Plant. I think it's going to be a decision, though. A lot of people think he's going to get knocked out. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be Canelo Alvarez, unanimous decision, and that's the 13th round. No, he ain't knocking him out. He ain't knocking him out. I'll tell you that right now. He ain't knocking Caleb out. He barely moved him. Canelo ain't knocking nobody out. It's exciting though. I do need to put out my tweet that I put out for Canelo fights. Who's watching? Or do you even know what's going on? Yeah, Ramsey, he's gotta use that jab, man. Yeah, John, I'm gonna talk about that, man. I gotta talk about that just a little bit. That's what I meant to ask Q. What's the deal with like betting for boxing? He does. Caleb Plant is the best fighter Canelo has fought since Triple G. Although Triple G is starting to look funny in the light. Could have been a media creation. The Dodgers, did you see the tweet they sent out about Buster Posey?
No.
That's nice.
Okay. That's some solid rejoiner right there.
Oh.
I'm out for presidents to represent me. Welcome me in here to the Friday edition of
Reasonable Doubt.
D-Lo and KC.
Jay-Z's best album.
It's a very, very good album. Man, I forgot that Mary J track was on that one too.
Taking out this
time. That is some heat right there. Let's bring in our man Kyle Madson, who has not taken off his D-Lo and KC Blue World Order hoodie. I love it.
Literally never taken it off.
I love it. It's like it's a great hoodie. It's super comfortable, yeah. But it's a way for us to be close, and I know that's important to you.
It's the most important thing in my daily life. Yeah. How do I wake up and I say, how do I be close to D-Lo and KC today? And then the hoodie is sitting there hanging up in the shrine that I have built for you guys, and I gotta take it down and throw it on, and I go about my day.
That's why you're to go, Kyle. That's why you're to go.
Thanks, man.
We'll get you one in the 49ers Lux colors that are about to drop. Yeah, we'll get you that, and we'll get some bottles to spice up the little back setup of your camera there. We'll get you some nice bottles to put back there.
So I have two.
You do.
And I was gonna put them back there as a bit, but you couldn't like see them regardless of how I was set up, so I didn't do it.
That's the beauty with the Vylon and the Bumbo Cream is you could put them behind you and they could be empty.
That's a great point.
Like, that's solid. There are some bottles behind me that are purely decorative. Most of them are not, but some of them are very much decorative. As we welcome the Prince of Niners Wire, our friend Kyle Madson. Of course, he's the host of Candlestick Chronicles, as well as the work he does over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. So Odell gonna play for the 49ers on Sunday or no?
Well, considering that his waiver claim
he hasn't been waived yet
until Monday, yeah. So that process won't take place until next week. It's a definite maybe. It's a hard maybe.
There we go.
It's certainly a possibility. but the Niners are 12th in the waiver order, and I don't know if he'll fall that far.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's going to be claimed off waivers?
It should be.
Yes,
Oh.
I think so.
The key to that too, Kyle, isn't Cleveland doing something with the contract that they turn it into a signing bonus? Because with the waivers, tell me if I'm wrong. I could be off here, but doesn't it mean when you pick them off waivers, you got to pick up that contract?
Yeah.
And Cleveland is basically making it where that's not an issue. So
it would basically be like a vet minimum. Yeah, that's kind of what I saw. So the financial thing isn't an issue. It's just
so they got the Von Miller treatment, like the Browns are just paying the contract, like the Broncos did with Von Miller.
Yeah,
yes.
they said they're turning it into like a signing.
Dude, he's going to the Rams. What are we talking about? Everybody goes to the Rams.
Yeah,
either the Rams
up to last or like first in the waiver wire. That's how they do things for the Rams. No extra draft picks, no cap restrictions, and they'll move them up to the top of the list in the waiver wire.
It makes me wonder why not every team operates like basically the Saints do the same thing. It's why the Saints can operate with like 19 cents in cap space because they just perpetually kick the can down the road. Like eventually the cap's going to keep going up and you can just keep kicking the can down the road. And I don't know why more teams like it puts you in a bad spot if a pandemic hits and the cap goes down. but sans pandemic, I think it's a pretty good way to operate. And I don't know why more teams don't do that. But the sneaky team, I think the Raiders would be in on him. And B, like it wouldn't shock me if he winds up in like Kansas City. But again, I don't think he falls that far in the waiver order. I think there will be a bunch of claims on him. I don't know if he's an elite first team all pro receiver anymore, but he's better than most teams' second best receivers. So
he really has a fascinating career. Sorry, Casey, go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm thinking here, if we're playing chess, we might want to lose on Sunday. We might want to lose.
I don't think that's the move. I don't think you want to do that.
Bad take, Kenny.
For 3 years.
Bad take, Kenny.
Here's my big thing with Beckham is put aside, whatever weird stuff he had happen in New York and whatever he had happen in Cleveland that made Cleveland no longer a fan. But for like, if Brandon Ayuk hadn't just had a pretty nice game in Chicago and the Niners were still kind of searching for that number 2 receiver, then I think they would be more inclined to go really make a push for him and really try and acquire him. But the fact that Brandon Ayuk kind of came on last game and we saw what he can do in his rookie season, and we see Deebo Samuel have this breakout year where they can be a legit 1-2 receiver tandem, I think the need for a player like Odell Beckham Jr. goes down some. And so the reward doesn't outweigh the risk. Like, is Odell Beckham Sr. the first time Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't throw it to a wide open Odell 30 yards down the field, is Odell Beckham Sr. going to jump on YouTube and making videos about it? Like, is that just going to become another talking point around the 49ers quarterback situation that's already kind of tenuous? I think that's something they'll factor in. And I don't know if the reward of Odell Beckham Jr. at this point of his career would be worth that, given George Kittle's coming back. Brandon Ayuk looks to be figuring things out, and Deebo Samuel is one of the 2 or 3 best receivers in the league this year.
They don't never go and take a chance on his high-end talent, man.
That just doesn't seem to be their philosophy, right? Like
everybody by the wayside.
Yeah, they just
because Kyle Shanahan's the star of the show. Come on now.
It feels more like they're so concerned, and this is just kind of how it feels. I don't know anybody in the front office where I would know this for sure, but just the way they operate, it seems like they're more concerned with, okay, how are we going to be able to maneuver in 3 years? When it's like, dude, look at the landscape of the AFC and the NFC this year. Like, there's not, you can win it this year. Like they can, if they go and get a Von Miller or an Odell Beckham and they bolster their roster, it's like, dude, the Buccaneers aren't unbeatable. The Packers aren't unbeatable. The Rams aren't unbeatable. I don't know. They never seem to just go for it, go all in, for example, the way we see the Rams do seemingly every year, the way Tampa Bay did with Tom Brady. They just don't operate that way. And I think it's an organizational philosophy that's going to have to change if they're going to keep up with these teams that are building contenders in an off season.
Well,
Are you more confident in the 49ers this week than you were last week?
Yes.
Because you really did not like them prior to that game versus Chicago.
Yeah, because there was no reason to believe that they would go in and execute at the level that they executed. But the fact that they went into Chicago and did it, it's like, okay, it's still there. Like the Jimmy Garoppolo 17 of 28 for 300 plus yards is still there. And more than that, more than just the statistical production, my cats are going insane right now. More than just the statistical production.
How many cats do you have?
2. Just 2.
Oh, okay.
They're just chasing each other around.
We're about to say, fighting each other.
Yeah, kind of. They're playing. It's fine. But more than just the statistical production with Garoppolo, we saw him connect on a deep shot, like a legit deep shot to Deebo Samuel, where he hit a receiver in the chest 50 yards down the field. Yeah. Like that's new. That's a good thing.
That was the best I've ever seen him make.
We saw him scramble out to his right, directing traffic, and then hitting Brandon Ayuk for like a 20+ yard gain on a play that I feel like a year ago goes for a sack. And if he's going to make plays like that and look more like the 2017 Jimmy Garoppolo, the won 5 games in a row, it's like, okay, now it's not a coincidence that Elijah Mitchell had a huge game on the same day that Garoppolo kind of figured it out passing wise. It wasn't, all this outside the numbers passing. I think he should have had a touchdown pass to Deebo Samuel after the 50-yard completion where Samuel was open. He just missed an out route because that's what he does. But how decisive he was accurate down the field. He was moving around outside the pocket and making throws. That's all really encouraging stuff for their offense. So if he's going to continue doing that, I think he can be closer to the 2019 Jimmy Garoppolo that they need if they're going to contend even for a playoff spot. But there's always a possibility that he goes out against Arizona and kind of reverts back to not being very aggressive and being indecisive and inaccurate, and we'll see. But the fact that it's still there, I think, was a good sign.
I'm not sold on Jimmy as of yet. I loved what I saw him on Sunday, obviously, but I don't have a belief that he can do that consistently as of yet. You know what I mean? Sure. But one thing that I'll say about Jimmy that at first I was upset about, it's like Sour Patch Kids. First they're sour, then they're sweet, right? So I was upset about this play. Tell me if you saw this, if you remember this play. It was sometime in the second quarter where Jimmy drops back to pass and the ball gets batted down. And Jimmy stands there and he starts yelling at the receiver for probably not running the right route or something like that. And I sat there, I was like, Jimmy, why the hell are you mad at him? Because you got the ball batted down, right? And I was like, that's ridiculous. But as the game went along, there was a certain edge that Jimmy Garoppolo played with. Like he was intense out there. And once again, I was perplexed at first. And as I saw more and more of that intensity, it's like, I like this from Jimmy. I like this is what has been missing. The passiveness and everything that's gone on with him for so long. It was out the window on Sunday. If that's the Jimmy Garoppolo that you're getting for the rest of the year or however long he plays, I would like to see that. I am intrigued by that. But did you see the same thing from him? Was there a different level of intensity, it seemed like, from Jimmy on Sunday?
Yeah, definitely. And I think you saw it on the broken play that was supposed to be the handoff to Deebo, but they broke the timing and he ran it in. Like, he didn't panic and just try and get the ball. He took that initiative on himself. I'm going to score here. I know the play that was called. I know where the blocking's going. I'm going to follow that blocking. Like, that's a confident quarterback that has ownership of the offense. And I think you're absolutely right. It didn't feel like he had that. And as far as, yelling at a receiver on a ball that got batted down, my theme of the week, as I've been preparing for my show and doing some stuff around the house, has been about process over results. And I think that's a classic case of the ball got batted down. That's not on the receiver. But if the receiver was in the wrong spot, that still needs to get corrected. Right. Because if the ball doesn't get batted down and the receiver's not in the right spot, they have an incompletion anyways, or an interception in the worst case. So you love to see that, because that's been the big kind of my biggest question is, how do you, if you're Jimmy Garoppolo, take ownership of a team when the team made it abundantly clear in March, like, this is not your team anymore, man. Like, it's going to be for this year. Like, you can have it, but it's on loan. Like, you're going to have to give it back next year. Like, this is it. But I think last week was a very good step in the right direction for, hey, he does have ownership of this team and he can put together a really nice performance on the road. So I'm with you, though. I need to see it a few games in a row because the inconsistency has always been his biggest problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's 49ers Friday, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Kyle Madson talking 49ers football with us here on D'Lo and KC. You brought up Elijah Mitchell and the impact that he had on Jimmy Garoppolo's game, or at least that you didn't feel that the fact Elijah Mitchell had a big game, Jimmy Garoppolo had a big game that wasn't exactly an accident. But with Elijah Mitchell, Trey Sermon, Raheem Mostert, is Elijah Mitchell the guy, like, moving forward? Is he the running back of the future for the San Francisco 49ers?
I don't know about the future, but I can't even guarantee we'll be alive on Sunday.
Thank you, Kyle. Kyle, it works. Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah.
I think MLK said that, if I'm not mistaken. That was a great MLK
the
quote.
great MLK said, jeez, boy. Can I just real quick? I am so glad that the 49ers drafted Alex Smith first overall in the 2005 NFL draft.
Well, that's a take.
Just what a pick. Passing on Aaron Rodgers. You love to see the 49ers having the foresight to not bring that on themselves. Anyway,
look here.
Elijah Mitchell.
The reality situation is they've gotten 2 more Super Bowls without Aaron Rodgers.
That's a great point.
I'm glad. I thought you were going to say, I'm just thankful they drafted Trey Lance, because there was a lot of Aaron Rodgers talk on draft day too.
That's another good point. That's another good one. I'm glad that trigger didn't get pulled. So, anyways, Elijah Mitchell.
Focus, buddy. I got you.
Here we go. I got it. I'm back.
Ready?
Elijah Mitchell.
In 3, 2, 1.
All right. Elijah Mitchell. I don't know about the future, but he is the guy right now. So he leads the team with 81 carries. The next highest carry total on the team is Trey Sermon, who had 29 carries. He has 31, and 29 of them came in the 2 weeks that Elijah Mitchell was out. Like, it's Elijah Mitchell, and it's going to be JaMychal Hasty on third down, but Hasty, I think, has 12 carries this season. So he's the guy. He's super effective in their system. I don't know what the deal is with Trey Sermon. I don't know why they don't like him. Like, they drafted him in the 3rd round. I don't know what the deal is, but Jeff Wilson Jr. is supposed to be coming back. So maybe we see that cut into Elijah Mitchell's carries a little bit, because he already has a shoulder issue, and then he's dealing with a rib issue this week. So I think they probably want to cut back on his carries a little bit. But he's going to be the guy. I think he's going to be the number 1 running back for sure. He's had 17 or more carries in 4 games, which is he's played 5, and in 4 of them he's had 17 or more carries. That's as many as Raheem Mostert has in his career. So this is like a different level of usage that he's getting, and I think it's because he is so effective.
And in real quick, because I want to ask about Elijah Mitchell, but I have to address something that's going on in the chat, because people didn't like the fact that I said that the 49ers have gone to 3 Super Bowls and Aaron Rodgers has only gone to 1. And they go, how many have the 49ers won since Aaron Rodgers? You're right. Aaron Rodgers has won 1. 49ers have won any. They haven't won any. The problem is, if the Bears wouldn't have choked away the NFC Championship game like they choke away pretty much everything, he probably wouldn't have gone to that Super Bowl. But we left the fate of the world in the hands of the Bears, and they failed us like they do all the time. But that's neither here nor there. Now, Elijah,
Kenny really winning over the Bears fans in the chat.
I'm just pointing out facts. They were at home, NFC Championship game, let this guy Aaron Rodgers run all over him while Jay Cutler was riding a electric bike or what's the exercise bike, and smoking a cigarette on the sidelines. But that once again, that's neither here nor there. Elijah Mitchell, this guy's a lot better than I thought he would. You know, like I had my reservations after the Detroit game because he played well, but I was like, come on, guys, like it was one game. But when he's out there and he's healthy, he tends to do pretty much the same thing every time he gets the opportunity. He does a great job of hitting these holes. He runs the Shanahan, Bobby Turner running game the way it's supposed to be ran. And I think that's kind of the difference between him and Trey Sermon right now is he has an understanding of what that system is, and he executes it on a high level.
So when they drafted him, I thought he could play the Raheem Mostert role. And Raheem Mostert is in the last year of his contract. And it was like, oh, they have a guy that can just replace him because he offers a pretty unique skill set like you laid out. I've been calling him Kirkland brand Raheem Mostert for most since week one. We are
just for clarification, you're a huge Kirkland fan.
Love Kirkland. That is a compliment. But we are 6, maybe 7 games away from Raheem Mostert being Kirkland brand Elijah Mitchell.
Oh my.
Yeah, dude. Like, like what Mitchell's doing is A, unexpected, but B, like I said, the volume is so much more valuable than what Mostert was doing. You know, Mostert was like 9, 10, 11 carries a game, you know, save for the NFC Championship game and a couple outliers, but he was in that 11 or 12 carries, and he's going to pop, and he's a home run threat. But I think Elijah Mitchell is going to blend really nicely at 15 to 20 carries a game, but he's also going to hit that 4.8, 5.5 yard average, and also be that home run threat.
I still think we should see a couple of Trey Sermon carries. I mean, my goodness, you can't run up the middle a couple times. Goodness gracious.
My man can't get a touch.
Come on.
Yeah, may have missed on that one when I was proclaiming him the future RB1 of the San Francisco 49ers.
I predicted he would lead the team in carries. So
no, I was with you. I had half of it right. I said Mostert won't last long. Trey Sermon will take over. Actually, if we just check the tape, maybe I said Elijah Mitchell.
But look,
I definitely didn't.
Yeah, well, he said Elijah Mitchell. The interesting thing about that, not to cut you off, Damien, is like the preseason. I didn't like the way Trey Sermon looked, but the times he's ran the ball in the regular season, it seemed like he's improved. Like he's been okay, but he just can't get any touches. Like, and I feel, you know, in between the tackles, maybe that's where he's at right now. You can run a couple 3-4 times in a game in between the tackles with Trey Sermon. I don't see what the issue would be with that. You do it with Michael Hasty.
I have literally no idea. I would love to. It's one of those things where I would love to sit down with Kyle Shanahan and be like, I want 30 minutes of your time. Take me through the practice tape of why Trey Sermon cannot get uno touch. One. He can't get one carry.
And could you forward me the film of you and Brandon Ayuk having words? Because I'm so curious what that line meant. Like what? Because Brandon Ayuk said him and Kyle Shanahan. I think that was the direct quote. They had words, and that catapulted Brandon Ayuk's return to being the guy. Like I would like to see that film. Show me how that works. Do you need to have words with Trey Sermon too?
Yeah, just do the Trey Sermon. Do the Brandon Ayuk bit with Trey Sermon.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't. If Brandon Ayuk's going to figure it out, though, that's a big deal for the Niners. Like that's Mohamed Sanu touches in 2021 are not the move.
Is Debo going on Sunday?
Yeah, I think so. I'm a little concerned though because they keep doing this thing, and Chris Biederman, my co-host at Candlestick Chronicles, pointed this out on Twitter. It's like, this guy I host a podcast with pointed out on Twitter that the Niners keep doing this thing this year where they're managing injuries, and they're like, yeah, we're going to manage George Kittle's injury. Oh, George Kittle's going on IR. Like, oh, we're going to manage Deebo Samuel's injury. Oh, it got worse during the game. Like, what, man? Like, stop doing that. Like, sit him for a game. I would rather lose Deebo Samuel for a game and then have him back for the long term than like, yeah, we're going to manage it for a while. And if it gets bad, yeah, we'll throw him on IR for 3 games. It's just such a bad it's such a bad way to navigate injury situations. And it seems like that's like their go-to move this year is we'll try and manage it. And if not, then we'll throw them on IR for 3 games. And that's not a sustainable way to function.
They never manage it the right way right now. What's going on? But real quick, Kyle, before you get out of here, Sunday, big game. I mean, key word for me all week has been opportunity. And maybe you don't have an opportunity to get back into the NFC West divisional race, but you have an opportunity to get some good wins and get some good momentum to try and get into the playoffs. The Niners got what it takes with some of these guys coming back to get the Cardinals coming off a 10 days rest.
They should. Like, even a hobbled Kyler Murray is way easier to defend than a fully healthy Kyler Murray. Same thing with DeAndre Hopkins. Like, they should, if they're, and this is the thing, if they're going to be a playoff team, they need to win this game. It's a 7-1 Cardinals team coming off a bad loss. Yeah, they've had the extra rest, but Kyler Murray didn't practice at all this week, which to me says he's not going to play. I can't imagine you would have your quarterback do 0 practice and then put him in a game. And even if he is, he's going to be 60% of himself. He's dealing with an ankle injury, and the Niners did a pretty good job containing him in Arizona. So the Niners should win this one. Like if they are a playoff team, which they might be, they should win this one like 31-20 type of thing.
Oh my.
But if they go in and they struggle, and it's kind of like it was in Arizona, and even if they pull out a win, they need the W. But as far as projecting long term what the win means, I think they need to win semi-convincingly.
Kyle
to
wants
have it
some
really matter.
decisive victories.
Yeah.
If it's going to matter, like, oh yeah, hey, this is a playoff team and they're playing a banged up Cardinals team or Colt McCoy, like, yeah, you got to win that by a couple scores.
You got to
if you sneak by that team, it's like, okay, yeah, so you've beaten the Bears and a banged up Cardinals team, like, go beat somebody for real. But if you kind of like I said, you win that one by a couple scores, you feel a lot better about it.
Kyle Madson is the BCS. You heard it right there.
Style
thanks.
Points, baby.
There it is.
That's all I care about.
We appreciate you joining us. Kyle Madson, Prince of Niners Wire, NinersWire.com, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. And, of course, the great Candlestick Chronicles podcast, where I just mute Chris Biederman now because he's dead to us. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Kyle got the hell out of here today.
Yeah, you sure did.
Said I'm out.
You got time for this? He's going to call Chris Biederman, tell him we were making fun of him.
I'm going to slide real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, anytime y'all rock your hoodies, man, take some pictures and share them with us. I love posting these or reposting them. I love seeing everybody who's wearing them. That's great stuff. Chili had hers on. Ham, and I can actually tell y'all right now. There's some in the mail, and let me see. It looks like there's some people in the chat. Yep. Someone. I just realized Donnie doesn't have one. I got to get the dope ones a hoodie, like one of ours. I got all of his. I don't think I have. Never sent him any of ours. Let me just check these orders real quick. DeLoandKC.com. Where we at? Oh yeah, there's a couple out there. Figure out what to do. Bryce, just make sure you get your size right when you order. Bryce. Oh, Bryce, Bryce got a nice one coming in the mail. Okay. Yeah, managing this site is stressful. Stressful. Cole, you know better, bro. You know better. Oh, let's go. Is it lined up perfectly? Brian does it look the way it's supposed to look? Oh, that's what's up, Megan. That's a good hoodie, man, or a good crew neck, or whichever one you got. That's a good one. Huh. Okay, Bryce show. John, we got to do that photo shoot, man. Okay, good. Bryce, I got it's the purple one, man. Something's off with that printer, man. It's terrible. That printer who does that stuff for him. I had to do a third exchange yesterday. for that same exact hoodie. Yeah, it's like that's the one I was just looking at. It's on the way. It's on the way. Man, I don't know, Brian. I don't know, but Brian, I think you on the list though. Gotta get Brian on the Blue World order list. It comes from all over the place, man. The way it is, like it goes to like a printer, because like I don't have 4,000 hoodies sitting in the house. Like the design gets put together. When you order it, it goes to a printer that we select, and that printer sends it off based on the garments we select. Like we picked a certain type of hoodie that we wanted to be made a certain way and comfortable, and it's definitely not making these out of the garage. So we tried. We ran into some issues with the ones we created on the zip up hoodie. And so I pulled it, and the only one who got one was Bryce. But because Bryce wasn't paying attention to what he was doing, he ordered an extra small. So me, being Mr. Customer Service, said, Bryce, go ahead, give that hoodie to a very small person, and I'll send you something of your choice. I'm working on the zip-up hoodie. I had created it the day Jazz mentioned it. And then there was an immediate problem with it when I tried to order hers, and it's just been hell since. So I was trying to get the zip-up hoodie to be tri-blend, but I don't think that's going to be possible. And then I don't want the logo like here on a zip-up. I want it like on the pocket. So stuff is hard, man. I don't know. Oh.
Oh, Biggie Smalls. I gotta get
live, Hal.
I know. Sitting here playing customer service for DeLoandKC.com during the commercial break, and then the show starts. It's like Rory's asking for a D'Lo and Casey velour tracksuit. Bruh, I swear for everything, if I could pull that off, you best believe that'd be on DeLoandKC.com tomorrow.
It is lit. I'd have one. I'd want one for sure.
That'd be a part of the Kings Legacy collection. That'd be the Mike Bibby look right there.
Yeah, man. I'd be on that. Two things. Number one, I want to give a shout out. Our man Jay Hardaway. He's always in the chat. He's always listening. Yeah. Sacramento. I think he went to Valley High. He said out there in Atlanta. He said he was at the Braves parade. Man, he said it was a movie.
Word.
I'm not no Braves fan or nothing like that, but they did me a solid. They got them Dodgers out of there, man.
Yep.
Shout out to Jay Hardaway. Shout out to the Braves having their parade today. And then I got to give a shout out to my guy, man, my main man, Coach Ryan Katz, man. At Sac State, citing wanting to spend time with his family and health reasons. And man, that's tough, man.
Coach, is he going to go coach the Jaguars now? Oh no! He means it. Oh, he really means it. Oh, he's not. Oh, okay, my bad. Coach Cash actually means that.
Yeah. It's not out of the urban mind.
I feel that heard before. Oh, that's what it is.
Exactly. But yeah, man. I think they said he was. I don't want to get it wrong. I think 14 years at Sac State. I could, Joe Davidson had that. Let me double check. But long time at. Yeah, 19. It was preparing for his 14th season. He's the winningest coach in the school's D1 era, and he has a 98% graduation rate as well while he was at Sac State. So I owe so much for, if you want to talk about a domino effect and everything leading to something else, I owe so much of my life to Coach Katz and the love he showed me and some of the things he helped me out with. So I hope everything's good, Coach, and I know you'll be around the game, whether talking about it or.
Coach, you got an open invitation to come hang out with D'Lo and KC.
Anytime you want to talk hoops, man, you can always come on D'Lo and KC, man. So shout out to Coach Katz, man, and good luck to Sac State, man.
Indeed. As we roll along here, this 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And we just about 70 minutes from that first glass being poured. You know how we do Friday at 4 o'clock, man. We'll be on it. There was a football game last night. I'm not sure if you didn't need to watch it, but there was a football game last night.
Tell me about it. I don't know anything that went on. Tell me.
Colts won by a lot. Mike White got hurt very early, and things went south very quickly. Boy, you know what I learned? You know what I learned yesterday? Here's what I learned yesterday. The NFL media loves them some Carson Wentz. Oh my goodness gracious. First it was Chris and Al. Now it was Joe and Troy. What? Well, I know he had a stinker last week, and he threw some passes that ultimately cost his team the football game. But my God, man, Carson Wentz is playing some great football. What are you talking? And it was at that point I turned power on. I was like, hey, I'm out. I was trying to get some things done. I had the game playing in the background. I can't pretend like I was paying some attention. They were running away with it. The Colts were running away with it. And then I heard this love fest for Carson Wentz. So I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing this again for a second national broadcast. I'm out. They love them some Carson Wentz, boy.
What happened to Mike White, man?
I don't even know. It must have happened like the first play of the game.
Dang.
I literally missed like a series or two. Maybe not even that. I turned the game on, and I think it was 7-7. And I'm, making dinner, and they're showing Mike White, and he's like doing something with his hand. I'm like, oh, that's never good. What happened? And I'm back to, I was like, oh, wait, he's out. Like, oh dear. So I don't think they like ruled him out. They said he was questionable to return, come back from halftime. And he kept shout out to the director of the broadcast who kept catching, like they kept the camera on him, and he kept going to Robert, trying to get back in. Like he was trying to talk to him. And I think Robert Saleh was telling him, you're not going back in. At first it didn't look like he could grip the football.
Mm-hmm.
And then because again, I'm not trying to be funny. It was very, very early in the game.
Yeah.
And then as the second quarter, as it got close to halftime, he started to grip it a little bit better. I think Erin Andrews is the sideline for that one. She came out and said he hasn't been ruled out, but it doesn't look like he's coming back. So that was kind of it. They just got run all over.
Damn.
He got hit in the forearm throwing the ball.
I stayed true to myself and said I wasn't watching a down of that game, and I didn't.
You didn't need to.
I got up. Shout out to our guy Cole. I got up with Cole yesterday, man. I had to make a drop off to him, man. So it was good seeing him, talking to him a little bit, man. So,
okay, good stuff, man. Good stuff. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in the final hour of the show, we would love to hear from you as always. A couple of other notes before we dive back into the Kings, before we hit you with your keys to the game as well, brought to you by our peeps over at Sac City Mortgage. I'm going to need you to explain something to me. When you do the 13th round, I step up, go grab my juice, come back, check on my dogs. And so sometimes I miss this, and I don't know if this was a topic of discussion.
Okay.
But I'm going to need you to explain to me why the hell Darren Williams, the former point guard, Darren Williams, the guy who used to be the subject of many a barbershop conversation about who is the best point guard in the NBA. Is it Chris Paul or Darren Williams? I'm going to need you to explain to me why he's boxing and why he's allegedly going to box Frank Gore.
Jesus. Niners signed Frank Gore now, so he didn't have to
explain this to me like I'm 5.
I got no explanation. This isn't this. I watch boxing, not really into all that other stuff, man. It's like, wait, Mike Tyson told us.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
I'm from a different culture. I don't know nothing about what they got going on over there with that celebrity boxing.
Okay.
Although that might actually be on the undercard of what's the?
It's Jake Paul, isn't it? Is it
Jake Paul versus Tyson Fury's little brother?
Oh, that was real.
Yeah, they really want to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
isn't part of boxing like storytelling, like like conflict, right? You got to have conflict. But I don't want to see Darren Williams and Frank Gore fight.
No, I don't want to see that either. Did you see when Ocho Cinco fought? That was on Mayweather undercard.
I did not see when Ocho Cinco fought. I saw, unfortunately, what happened to Nate Robinson. Who did Ocho Cinco fight?
Nate. He fought.
I ain't seen Nate since.
Poor Nate. Damn. Oh,
Nate. Oh, no, Nate, you don't. Child, no. You don't need that run back. No. Stop it. You don't need that run back. Just go. You're okay.
Nah, man, Nate, we don't need to see that again. Speaking of the great MLK, you seen the picture of when Nate was on the ground and they have like MLK and Malcolm X and Rosa Parks looking down on him.
Oh no. Oh, Nate, that's terrible.
We don't need to see those memes no more, Nate. We don't need to see that.
But no bueno.
Yeah. So
bueno.
Look, we were talking a little bit before the show. Hey, man, it's boxing. If somebody wants to pay for it, sure, might as well get paid for it instead of doing it for free. But I won't be the one watching it. I ain't watching none of Lamar Odom's fights. I ain't watching none of that. That's not really my bag.
Yeah. Wait, what? Run that. I'm sorry. Did you say Lamar Odom?
Yeah, I think he's.
Lamar Odom did have a fight. That's right. I think I did see that. That was absurd.
Yeah, I think he's had 2 fights.
Speaking of things we don't need, did you? Well, first, we need this. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Did you see Joe Montana talking about the 49ers? I'm stunned that Joe has not called with his feelings on this, our man Joe. But yeah, apparently Joe Montana says that he would have taken Mac Jones over Trey Lance. I don't know why. I don't even know how you form an opinion on Trey Lance yet. But that's what your Lord and Savior in the 49ers world, Joe Montana, had to say.
It's funny you say that. And the reason why I'm looking like this is because Joe Montana is a little complicated for 49er fans. How do I put this? First of all, Joe will seems like he's not going to do anything unless money's involved, right? So, hey, Joe, we're celebrating such and such. Can you come back to the 49ers? Da-da-da-da-da. How much you paying me? Well, we're not paying you or anybody else anything. Ah, man, I had a previous engagement. Not going to be able to make it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Jerry, Steve, all these guys are here. Yeah, previous engagement. You paying? No, we're not paying. Oh, previous engagement. So there's a lot of that with Joe Montana. And our guy, Grant Cohn, had a quote tweet about this, and they said Joe Montana was on College Football Live talking about, if I was the 49ers, I would have took Mac Jones. Grant says, I interviewed Joe Montana before the draft, and he said nothing about the 49ers needing to take Mac Jones. There's a little opportunist and a lot of hindsight whenever things go on with Joe Montana. And that's all I'll say, because he is a 49ers legend. I don't want to start nothing. I don't want to disrespect him. But I'm not surprised he would say that right now.
Yep. All right. Let's put Joe in a box. I'm good with Joe. Let's put Joe in a box and let's talk some Kings basketball here, KC, because it is the Sacramento Kings and the Charlotte Hornets. It's a game day.
Yeah.
Which means we've got your keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the people's lender, Sac City Mortgage. KC.com. KC, talked about this a little bit earlier. My brother, we were talking about the similarities between these two teams. We were talking about how this team maybe resembles a team of the past. Maybe a little like the team that the Sacramento Kings have right now. They both like to get up and down the floor. The Charlotte Hornets really don't like to play defense.
No, not
Here's what I need. Don't get sucked into playing that way. Don't get sucked up into running down the field. You're running down the court. You're probably going to do it for the first half. That's just the way things are. But at some point, Tyrese, Davion, Harrison, the anchors of that defense, what we talking about yesterday? You have to do the click-clack.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to lock them up a little bit. You're going to have to slow them down a little bit, because what I don't want to see, Kenny, is this game get to the fourth quarter with the score, early in the fourth already in the hundreds, and them just trading baskets for the next 10, 11, 12 minutes. I want the Sacramento Kings to do something that we saw against the New Orleans Pelicans. Lock this team up a little bit defensively and take them out of their element. That's what I need to see tonight.
I'm with you, and part of that is something that they struggled with the last couple of games, and that is securing the ball to finish your defensive possession. Too many offensive rebounds. And like we noted the other day, it feels like teams are shooting about 98% from the field on their second chance opportunities. This is a team in Charlotte that will put up points. They can score if you give them extra opportunities. Lead this game, win the battle of the offensive rebounds here tonight, and I think everything else will fall into place for the Sacramento Kings.
Those are your keys to the game, brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your home owner dreams with the people's lender, SacCityMortgage.com. This is going to be a really entertaining game tonight, I think. This is a young Charlotte team. They've been pretty fun to watch. They may have gotten figured out here pretty quick. Like it took teams a while to figure out the Dave Yeager, the 39 win team. It took teams a little while to figure them out. The Kings were running teams up and down the floor that year. Perhaps they won a couple of games by tiring folks out, but then I don't even think it was as deep into the second half of the season, maybe just a smidge bit before the start of the second half of the season. Teams figured it out. They were able to slow them down. It feels like a couple of teams, they've already figured out Charlotte. It's like, no, slow Charlotte down. They're frustrated. They want to run. They want to get out there. If we can stop them from doing that, they'll be out of their element. But this is a really young, talented team, and I think the individual matchups we're going to be exciting. You mentioned Gordon Hayward versus Harrison Barnes is the battle I didn't know I needed to see. I'm ready for it. And then whether it's LaMelo and De'Aaron or Tyrese or whatever, there's some really compelling matchups in tonight's game for sure.
Yeah, there's some young talent out there, exciting players to watch. All that. I think James Ham tweeted out PJ Washington is not going to be one of them. He's going to be out for tonight. But they still got to.
Sorry, PJ.
Yeah,
we're rooting for you, buddy.
But they got the Charlotte. They got a lot of guys that you pay to watch play basketball, right? You know what I mean? And even somebody as far down the bench as Caleb Martin. I like him. I like the way he plays. So, it should be an entertaining game. Good, fun, exciting NBA game on a Friday night. Golden One Center should be highly entertained. They'll be even more entertained if the Kings win.
Oh, most definitely. I'd speculated De'Aaron going for 30+ against LaMelo. I think the Kings fans want to see De'Aaron eat up any member of the Ball family. So if LaMelo has to suffer for the sins of Lonzo past, hey, man, it's the game, brother. It's the game he decided to play.
The interesting thing about that is, it certainly is for some people, for Miss P for sure. The Lonzo and Fox, I think that's already been decided. We don't need to keep beating Lonzo and the Ball family over the head. It's already decided.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But you were beating dead horses earlier in the week. Like, maybe we just, maybe why don't we just move it to a different brother? Actually, all kidding aside, I just want to see. I thought the steps De'Aaron took against New Orleans, cool. It's good. Okay. I think there's a couple more steps to be taken, I'd like to see. It's like, all right, good start, baby. Let's go. Okay, let's see what's next. Like, I mean, I'm not going to be upset at another 19-point performance. It's more efficient than he has been. But at some point, like, I want to see him. I know, like, he's already scored 27 this year. Okay, I want that guy back. I want to see him do that. I mean, first and foremost, we want a Kings win, and I guess that's what this all boils down to. Is maybe this is something worth discussing in all of the De'Aaron stuff that we haven't discussed before. You said regularly. And I think De'Aaron even repeated it in the offseason. He has to do everything. He can't have down nights. I'm eliminating off night from the vocabulary.
You're using your thesaurus.
Yeah, he can't. Right, he can't have a down night. He has to have the 27 and the 8 and the 8 or whatever. Like he has to do that. Maybe he doesn't have to have that anymore. Now he needs to have more than 14. We understand that. But if he's 20, 22, but Tyrese is 20, and we know Harrison Barnes, I mean, he's 23, 24, 25. He's all-star. He MVP. He's certified.
Yeah. 100%.
Slightly kidding.
100%.
Like, maybe he doesn't bear the same responsibility that he did last year. Which, by the way, that's not a bad thing.
It's not. It's absolutely not. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. He doesn't have to score 25, 27 points a night for this team to win. If he's, like you mentioned, putting in 19 to 22 points and the other guys are stepping up and filling their role and things of that nature, Kings can win. Kings can win. That's a beautiful thing. This leads into something, though, that I thought about last night. And it really came to mind when SGA went from the logo on the Lakers to put that one away almost. That was nasty. A horrible shot. This does not need to be a new thing to start shooting from the logo. Like
fam, you're way too late on this.
It is a terrible shot.
I understand.
And that was a terrible situation. But SGA made it, so everything's all good. But spent the better part of two seasons, 2.5 seasons, I don't know what it is, talking about how De'Aaron Fox is just as good, if not better, than this group of Trae Young, SGA, and Ja Morant. And I'm just going to ask the question. I guess I'm choosing violence today.
Oh, good. That's great for the last hour of a Friday show.
Have they passed De'Aaron Fox up?
Yes.
All three of them.
Yeah. Wait, no. You said SGA, Trae. I don't know that SGA has. I like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander a lot.
And I
like him a lot. I'm not
a minute, but the numbers are crazy right now.
Yeah, but okay. I can't. I won't concede that one. Okay. Trae, that's tough. I mean, dude, Trae's good. And I mean, Ja's really, really good, especially this year. Like he's really, really good this year. So yeah, it feels like it. That's the downside to the slow start, right? Like the last thing that we saw is what Ja's doing, what SGA is doing, what Trae's doing.
Now here's where I'm gonna catch people in a conundrum. People like coffee.
I hate conundrums. Oh boy, coffee boy.
Because let's say De'Aaron Fox, or excuse me, Ja Morant averages 25 a night this year. De'Aaron Fox is around, let's just say 19, 20. But the Kings go to the playoffs and Memphis doesn't make it, or they're in the play-in or some situation like that. I need them to tell me that De'Aaron Fox is a better player, because that's what happened last year. Ja had worse numbers, but his team won. They all pointed to that as the reason why he was better than De'Aaron Fox. Same thing was going on with SGA. Like SGA is playing out De'Aaron Fox the last couple of years, where he's putting up these big time numbers. He's averaging like 23, 24 points a game, but his team is garbage. Like they have no shot. If they play the Lakers every night, they're not winning a game. So
statistically accurate, yes.
When De'Aaron Fox was doing that, he didn't get that pass. It was their empty stats. You know, somebody's got to put up the points, things of that nature.
Are people
that pass?
Like, are people saying Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is better than?
Oh, for sure.
Really?
And one guy that we talked about the other day, for sure, has been saying that.
JH? Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see that yet. Again, I like it. It's really difficult to evaluate players that are on teams, and it doesn't mean they're not good.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that you have to evaluate them differently. You have to evaluate a player that's on a really good team with good talent and is playing really well a little bit differently than you do on a team that is rebuilding or tanking or just flat out bad. For some reason, Sacramento doesn't get that, and it's probably because they've never tanked. And they've only once just been god awful.
Right.
Like, they're bad. Like, there's no questioning that they're bad. But they were only really like, oh my God, this is the worst team in the league bad, like once.
Mm.
And so, like, I don't know. I'm not willing to give Shai that pass. Ja, I don't, of course I remember all the conversations last year, but with Ja, it was more like, they made the playoffs. I felt like people wanted to love him more anyways because they already hate Sacramento. But what it really was is he went crazy in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And then, since then, to his credit, he's picked up where he left off.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas De'Aaron, I think the real interesting conversation would have been, what if De'Aaron picked up where he left off? If De'Aaron picked up where he left off, the Kings, even if you give him, plus one win, or even if you keep him at the exact same record, he's putting up those numbers. Ja's putting up those numbers. The Thunder still stink. I'd be interested in that conversation. That's a hell of a question. We'll talk more about that.
And when we come back, I want to piggyback off that and ask another question.
Oh, you're full of questions. All right.
You posed yesterday, and I got to bring that back, and I want to revise that a little bit.
I don't remember what I said, so I'm excited to find out. Kenny's driving us home here. We're going commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Funny, he did pull a Mitch. He said, I don't want to say his name, but his initials are they JH?
Mm-hmm.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. Although I'm sure Hollinger would say
it
that.
Wasn't? Oh. Hopefully he ain't getting in trouble, but I mean, my man Mitch.
Hey man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
There it is. That's quality.
That's blue chip right there.
I might have to cut, as the great MLK said. I might have to cut that. That might have to be a. Dr. King once said.
The interesting thing about this is guys like my guy John and I think the other guy David. I still like De'Aaron Fox. I think he's a great ball player. It's undeniable right now that Ja and SGA are playing better than him.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I can't. You can love them all you want. You can't deny the fact that they're playing better. They're looking better than him.
Mm-hmm. Will
it play out that way over the course of 82? Obviously, I have no idea. I believe Fox is going to play better. But come on, man. Like, you can't deny what it is right now. Like, those two are today having a better season for sure. So we'll see what happens. I'm not out on Fox. I don't not like his game or nothing like that. It's just it is what it is right now.
Just got to ask questions, man. Broadcast journalists. That's what we do.
It's what it is.
That's what we do. I'm starving. I forgot to eat before the show started.
So I had to go get a couple cookies.
Yeah, I forgot. I forgot to eat before the show, so I'm feeling some type of way about myself right now.
Bad job by Popeyes. I love Popeyes too.
Me 3. Yeah. You eating a chocolate chunk? Is that what you eating over there?
These are Oreo lemon.
Oh, that is terrible. That is shameful.
Lemon in the middle.
That is shameful, dude. And how are you eating? That's cap. How are you eating Oreos during the show? Like, that shit is gonna stick to your teeth. Are you washing it down with Gatorade? You a wild boy. Oh man, you wild. You wild.
This is what I have to drink here.
I just need to be clear.
Plan on having Oreos, but when 2:30 came around, and did you guys hear my stomach rumbling during while James Ham was here? It was loud. I thought it came across the mic.
Oh, that's hilarious. This is a whole Friday show right here, boy.
They are.
Man.
I really don't eat anything other than chocolate chip cookies. But
I made
Oreos. Oh man.
I tried to make Kyle and Heather came over a couple of weeks ago, and I tried to make for dessert deep fried. Deep fried. They were air fried Oreos, and they loved them. I thought they came out like crap. They did not come out like I wanted them.
How do you do that? Like,
so my idea, you batter them. You take the Oreo, you put it in a batter. I had a batter that I tried, and I put it in the deep fryer. It worked. In theory, it works. Like, it's fine. But I wanted the shiny glistening. Like, I wanted it to look like it was fried. And it didn't. Like, it looked like a dry ass cook. It was good. Like, you put like a little whipped cream chocolate sauce. It was cool. But I'm just gonna fry it next time in some coconut oil. Like, freaking Oreo, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that. John, I probably could lower the sugar take a little bit, but I don't eat that much sugar. I really don't. I don't really eat candy. Outside of these cookies, I don't eat cookies. I don't eat too many sweets. But when I do, I just have like some sweet stuff.
Yeah. So 49ers Friday brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And it's a Friday. Let me tell you about your boy real quick. Your boy him, not your boy me.
Yeah.
This dude during the commercial break is eating lemon Oreos and washing it down with what appeared to be lemon flavored Gatorade.
Yeah. I mean, it's what was at my disposal. It's not like,
bro,
what I planned to eat. I was starving. I thought my stomach that was growling was coming through over the mic. I was like, I got to get something in my stomach. So we didn't have any more Ritz crackers. So I was like, just give me a couple of these cookies.
I feel like you're gonna have a really bad headache by the time like 3:55 gets here.
No.
You get okay. If I ate that,
Well,
and then I know, like, you can't, like, I know as you're talking to me right now, about half of that Oreo is stuck in your back teeth. Like, I know that.
Water here too. I'm washing it down with a little water. You know what I'm saying? Got to do that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm really surprised you guys have never had lemon Oreos. They're probably the best Oreos that are out now.
Yeah, like,
I don't know when I got introduced to them, but I'm glad I did. They're the best Oreos. They're really the only Oreos I eat.
Bro, you are full of some insane food takes, man. That is a wild one right there. The best Oreo you've had is a lemon one. Lemon isn't part of dessert. I don't care. Key lime pie, lemon meringue. No, you don't put
across the line. Dan.
No.
So you telling me lemon cake ain't no good dessert?
No, it is not.
All right.
The rule number one. This is a very simple.
Hear that? All right.
This is a simple rule to live by. If it doesn't have chocolate in it, it ain't dessert.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. Did my mic cut out? Like, if it doesn't have chocolate, it's not dessert. It's just food.
I'm not the one to battle you with the dessert take. I was I know it doesn't seem like it. I don't eat a lot of sweets. I don't eat a lot of candy. I don't eat a lot.
I got a problem there.
Or anything like that. So dessert, if it's not like a chocolate chip cookie that was made from like Mrs. Fields or Jazz made it, I'm probably not going to eat no dessert.
Okay.
Not a cake guy. I don't like pie. Only things I like are chocolate chip cookies, and my mom makes some a lemon cake, and Jazz makes it now too. And they're both just.
I'm throwing a holiday party, and I'm going to make a big plate of chocolate chunk cookies for all of us.
Oh,
yes, I got you. I'm going to change your world. I'm going to change your world in front of all of our family and friends.
Are you going to have celery out as well so I can have some of that instead? Don't want no chocolate chunk.
That's funny. That's funny. Don't act like you don't eat good when you come to my house.
No,
Man. Come on.
He's great, man. The boy Damien, man, he's a hell of a host.
Sharpen your skates and get ready to perfect your triple axel. The downtown Sacramento ice rink is back this winter, kicking off November 11th through January 16th. Head to endonline.com for your chance to score 4 tickets, courtesy of Downtown Sacramento Partnership. You had something you wanted to run back?
Yeah. So I brought up the topic before about if some of the young point guards in that whole range, the age range, De'Aaron, SGA, John Morant, and Trae Young. For a long time, I've talked about how they're funny in the chat.
Oh yeah, they're on. It's Friday in the chat too.
I talked about how De'Aaron was better, or like I think I would give people Trae because Trae just went crazy. But I'd be like, nah, De'Aaron, if you had to rank him, De'Aaron's 2. Like, he's better than Ja. He's better than SGA. And
did you see what Trae said yesterday?
Come on, man. Get your mans. Get your mans.
Like, I appreciate the honesty, but, man, don't be that honest. Don't be that honest.
Jones said, he said, the man sound like he going for a 3-peat right now. Like, he's starting the regular season and trying to go for a 3-peat. Fam, you went to the playoffs last year. Got a couple of gift situations. And speaking of the Hawks, you see the Jazz smack them boys up. Jazz ain't smacked the Kings up. And Donovan Mitchell didn't play.
Donovan did. By the way, we should mention, Trae said, he said like the regular season's boring.
Yeah, let me see. I can find a full quote. I was like, yo, whose mans is this?
I was like, wait, he said what? Like, it's game 9. How did we get to this point? Like, if it was game 40, okay, we're throwing this take out here at game 9. Boy.
After the game, Trae Young on the difficulty of sacrificing early in the season. And this is how I feel like he said it. I think guys are learning out there. We're no longer the hunters. It's regular season. I'm not going to lie. It's a lot more boring than the playoffs. You got to find that motivation to play like the playoffs. Fam, calm down.
What?
Calm down.
Is he working on his WWE promo? Like, what's he doing?
It's Anthony Joshua promo.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Okay.
But, yeah, so Trae, I would say Trae was maybe ahead of De'Aaron because his production is crazy.
That's fine.
But I would always say Ja and SGA, De'Aaron was ahead of those two. Mm-hmm. I asked the question, I said, did those other two pass him up? And, you know, there was a lot of people who were like, no way SGA or no way Ja, too early or whatever the case may be. I'm still riding with De'Aaron. I'm still riding with him. Mm-hmm. But it's a tough start. And these other two are balling right now. Like they're killing it. So it also brought another thought to mind. You asked yesterday if I thought that De'Aaron Fox could be the best player on a team that's a perennial conference championship, possibly like a championship contender. Mm-hmm. And I said, I don't think so. I think he can be the best player on the team that can, you know, get to the playoffs, things of that nature. But you need somebody better to do the other.
I feel like for those who weren't with us yesterday, that warrants a little bit of background because you when you you were talking about the De'Aaron that you think is going to average like 22 to 23 points per game, not 27 or something like that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Still really good. Still a really good player, borderline all-star, if not an all-star. Not a knock. But I was thinking about it, and it's like, there's people like, Trey is better than Fox, and Ja is better than Fox, and SGA is better than Fox. And I sat back and I said, even if you feel that way, those guys aren't guys that can be best players on a championship team either. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not that. They need one or two other go-getters to get where you want to get. So I know a lot of people, and that just came to my mind because I got a lot of people who, would say like, Ja's better. I'd take Ja all day. He's franchise. If Ja's your best player, you're not no championship team. Right now, we're looking at SGA. If FGA is your best player, you're 2-6. You're not good.
SGA, I don't even want to have a conversation about. Like, no. I can't give you that one, or not you. Yeah, I can't give anyone that one right now. But Ja, I'm a little bit more curious about. Like, Ja, if Ja Morant is the player that we're seeing right now, I know that's a big if because he's at it. Like, I'm curious. Deuce said this yesterday when he was talking to us, and I think you said. I think everybody. I think Jason Jones, James Ham. I think everybody Matt George probably said it. Everybody who joins the show, except for me, says that Harrison Barnes isn't going to continue doing what he's doing. And I wonder if Belo and JC in Memphis are like, okay, we know at some point Ja's going to cool down. Like, are they saying that? Or are they like, no, this is Ja Morant. This is what Ja Morant does.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, I think he'll cool down a little bit, but 23, 24, 25 points a night, I think that's kind of who he is.
That's not who he is right now. He's like 29.
Oh, he's 27 right now.
Oh, okay.
But he was up at 29 at one point, like a week ago, 29, close to 30.
He's at like 31, 2 games into the season.
Yeah.
That's the damn thing about these games. They keep coming. It's hard to keep at that pace.
So I don't think he's going to be there. He scored 18 the other night. Like, I think that's more so where he's at. But he is a scorer by nature. He's not really a table setter. He's a guy that goes and hunts for those buckets. And that's why I think the points per game is going to stay around there. But like, none of these guys are franchised like that. Like the point guards that are to me, there's 2.
So, okay.
To be your best player on a championship team, and one is borderline. Because let's just be real. Dame is the borderline.
Oh, well, so Steph is the other one.
Steph is the one for sure. Dame is borderline because I think he has that ability, but the results aren't necessarily there. They're not a perennial championship contender.
Not even close. What about Chris?
Chris who?
Oh,
CP3. CP3 is I'll be forgetting his name is Chris.
I just call him Chris because we're very good friends, so I just refer to him as Chris.
He's another one. He's another one. But,
all right.
I mean, he's never.
and that's probably close, right? Okay, that's what I was going to say. Like, it's probably. Yeah. I mean, maybe there's probably a difference between your best player and your most important player.
Exactly.
And there's no question who the most important player to that team is. Exactly. Well, how many guys, regardless of position, though, are? I mean, it's hard. Like, LeBron's obviously one of them. Kawhi Leonard, like it or not, is one of them. Where you remove that individual from a team and you put them on another one and they're instantly a title contender.
I'd say there's maybe 10 of them.
10, really? Okay.
Yeah, and I say 10 is like after you start counting, it's like, okay, well, there is.
Well, I guess I mean we just I mean Steph, LeBron, Kawhi. There's Kevin Durant is one.
Kevin Durant
and Giannis. Though he hasn't changed teams, if he did, I think
Embiid is that type of talent. I think Joel Embiid is that type of talent.
He's done it in Philly, though.
Well, they were a championship contender.
Okay.
Like they were the number one seed. Oh, well, they're doing just as good without Ben Simmons now.
It's live, Al.
Can't edit that out. Got to keep that in the show.
The Sixers won again without Ben Simmons.
Wow. What's that?
We're the number one seed in the East right now without Ben Simmons. I thought everybody told me he was the reason why they went to the playoffs.
Have you ever seen two entities just make every mistake imaginable in a situation? like you have two completely separate groups that just keep screwing this whole thing up. It really is, from an outsider's perspective, fascinating to watch.
It's crazy how that works, but I'm all for the way the Sixers are screwing it up right now. Keep winning.
Hell
yeah. So, but I think Joel's on that list.
Universal deal coming your way.
Yeah,
revamped universal deal.
Yeah, you get
Terrence Davis.
You get
no shade to Terrence Davis, but
not at all. Not at all. But you got guys like that. I mean, Anthony Davis is probably on there too, as much as you can't necessarily rely on.
I don't think so.
AD is there.
He wasn't the championship contender in New Orleans.
You're right. That's a good point.
Like all of these guys, that's what I mean. So talking about Ja,
Dame on that list.
How could Dame leave a team? I'm not talking about a super team. I'm talking about any team. If you put LeBron, the Kings are significantly better if you put LeBron James on the team. If you put LeBron James from his last move or his move to Los Angeles, you put him on Sacramento. You put Giannis on Sacramento. You put Kevin Durant on Sacramento. Sacramento is instantly a championship contender. I don't think you put Dame Lillard here, we're instantly a championship contender. That's what I'm talking about. Kawhi Leonard left San Antonio as a champion, went to Toronto and became a champion.
Right.
Giannis, we've obviously never seen leave a team, but he is just freakishly amazing at the sport of basketball. All of the odds were in Brooklyn's favor. They missed the NBA Finals by a half a shoe size. Kevin Durant has shown it. Steph, never seen him on another team, but I've seen enough of Steph to where I believe it. And he's a champion. Dame, and again, this isn't a knock. He's not a champion. Joel, I agree with you with Joel. I agree with you in terms of Joel. That one's a little harder to measure, but I agree
Joel
with you.
And Dame are more of a feel eye test thing as opposed to actual results. Like I just look at them and I'm like, no, these guys.
Do you think the Kings are a championship contender if Dame Lillard is here tomorrow?
Yeah, and we're not going to go with like who they traded.
No, I don't want to do it. None of that. He walks over here just like LeBron did Los Angeles. You think so?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. I don't. But okay.
But to your point though, like that's
LeBron. I do. Kevin Durant. I do. Hell, Joel. I do.
Even Joel is a situation where it's like, it's more of an eye test. He hadn't.
I'll tell you 40 games in. Yeah.
He hadn't done it.
Yeah.
We got to be fair. We got to be fair, even though we don't check for him on League Pass. Is the Joker on that list? Because that team's not even that good.
No.
Jamal Murray.
No, I don't think he's on. No.
Okay.
You said 10. Maybe it's like 5.
You're right. No, that maybe 10 is too much. Now that we've broken it down, maybe 10 is too much. 5 to 6. And
again, Dame, Joker, they're all phenomenal players, but I'm talking about instantly changing a team. Right. And LeBron is too easy because we've seen him do it on multiple occasions. We've seen him do it. And you could talk about the Kevin Loves and all of that different stuff. Maybe you put LeBron on Oklahoma City. They're not a championship contender, but you're checking for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the whole point in all of that is to go back to the John Morant, De'Aaron Fox, Trae Young thing. I know we badly want Trae Young to be Steph, the Steph Curry era player. I don't know that Trae has that. I don't know that he's leading the team to a championship the way it felt Steph did.
I don't know that he is either. And all these guys, like and it's not really a knock, but I think it's said as a knock, is like when they talk about De'Aaron Fox, they're like, oh, well, he can be the second best player on a championship team, maybe a third best, but he can't be your best player. None of them other three can either. They cannot be your best player on a championship team. They're all at best your second best player on a championship team. So what are we really talking about? When we talk about these four, because they're all in the same boat. Essentially, one may have, one or two may have better stats this year or that year or whatever the case may be. But when you talk about tiers, they're not on the tier where they can be the best player on a championship team.
I'm with you. I got you.
These are not at 11:30 at night.
Shout out to Mr. D-Lo. Quit trying to talk yourself into thinking Fox is at Ja level. That take ain't going to age well. I don't think he knows which one's D-Lo and which one's KC. But that's cool. It's all good, Twitch fam. We know that the Twitch fam is still growing. We appreciate you.
Or is he?
I think he did. I think so. But it's all love, man. Twitch is a little bit different. It's a little bit different. We're just happy the Twitch fam is growing out there. That's twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We love you, 1001 Mr. Doctor. We love you for sure. Thanks for playing along, man. Thanks for playing along. Yeah, it's like champion. There just aren't. I know we like to throw that around. There just aren't very many of those guys. It's as simple as that. They're all very good. Ja, very, very good. De'Aaron, very good. Trey, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is too. I kind of feel bad for the position that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is in.
Yeah,
he was on the Clippers, like, you know what I mean? Like he was, he was on a team that, like him or not, they was going somewhere.
He's not on this list, I don't think. But is Paul George closer than people give him credit for? As being like Kawhi, go to a different team.
No. I mean, he again, we're talking about championship contenders. He makes them really good. We're gonna find out.
Yeah,
we're gonna get a chance to find out because Kawhi's not going to be around, and he's going to have an opportunity to, to lead this team and to do something with this squad like he did with, the Clippers, and right now like he did with the Pacers. Right now they're 3-4.
Yeah, hopefully they win tonight because they got Minnesota. I'm trying to get Minnesota.
Yeah, let's talk Minnesota. Speaking of teams that have accumulated successive losses, shout out to the Timberwolves.
Yeah, they're not locked in.
Keep them coming, baby. Keep them coming.
Ant-Man wanted them locked in. They're not locked in.
No, players only meeting in Minnesota. Don't need that. Don't need that if they're trying to fix this up.
So the only thing that I say, and the other thing I thought about this is if Fox averages like 22, 23 a night, which is down from the 24 or 27, and this team makes the playoffs, I need the same energy that they used for Ja, because Ja averaged like 18 or 19 points last year, and they were like, yo, he's just a winner. They get to fine. If De'Aaron averages less statistically, but this team gets to the playoffs, I need that same type of energy. I'm putting them on notice.
Only person I'm checking for in their opinion of Ja Morant is Taylor Jenkins and no one else. He said he's growing as a leader. His voice is resonating. That's who I'm listening to. I ain't listening to nobody else. I ain't listening to Coffee Boy. I ain't listening to none of Coffee Boy's friends. I ain't listening to none of the national media. I ain't listening to none of the national media that are totally enamored with Ja Morant. I like Ja. I know what I see from Ja. He's very good.
Yeah.
You want to convince me he's something of that upper echelon tier? Cool. I'm not listening to you because y'all have shown your ass too many times. I'm listening to his coach. His coach said something that got my attention, so I'll continue to listen to him.
Yeah. I like all those. I think well, you do too. I like all those guys, man. I do. I enjoy.
I really like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I can't. That's I don't. How do you evaluate anything on Oklahoma City? Unless you're a general manager, unless you're Monty McNair trying to trade for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, even at that, it's difficult. Like, I don't know how you gauge a player. Kevin Love is a good player, or was a good player. When Kevin Love got to Cleveland, he was a really good player. But there were people who were like, is he going to be able to do anything remotely close to what he did in Minnesota in Cleveland? Now that he's on a completely different squad with a completely different makeup, and of course, led by LeBron, you're guy number 3, not 1. You're guy number 3 on a team that is built to win a championship right now.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron, Kyrie, Kevin Love. The Kevin Love we've seen, and though there are some people who would disagree with this, the Kevin Love in Cleveland was good. He was good, but he wasn't what he was in Minnesota.
No, he wasn't. What was doing like 30 and 30s and 30 and 20s and all that other stuff.
And it was losing.
Yeah,
it's the De'Aaron Fox conversation. It's out of necessity. You said it all last year. De'Aaron said it. I think it was on the All the Smoke podcast. Everything that he was doing was out of necessity. I can't have a bad night.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe, I want De'Aaron to get back to the 25 point per game guy, or even the 27 point per game. Maybe pre-rush to judgment here 8 games into the season. Maybe he doesn't have to do that anymore. Maybe it's about Tyrese getting involved and Harrison Barnes being the GOAT.
And I would tell you, I hope he doesn't, because that's a good thing. That's a great
exactly right.
Yeah, that's a great thing. Switching gears a little bit. I don't know if you talked about it or not, but your boy Schefter back on the Twitter fingers, and the divorce officially official.
Okay.
After days of negotiation, the Browns and Odell Beckham Jr. finally reached a settlement that will result in him being placed on waivers Monday, after which he can be claimed Tuesday at 4 p.m. per league sources. So Odell Beckham Jr. will have a new team early next week.
I predicted the Rams by tonight, so obviously that's not going to happen.
There's definitely going to be some kind of rule change in the waiver process to make sure the Rams can get first dibs.
I guess with the change in the amount of money he's going to be owed. I mean, I don't see why Detroit would do it. Detroit can't win anything. I don't have the waiver claim order in front of me, but that'll be fascinating to watch. There are some interesting teams out there. Michael Thomas is gone. Boy, that you talk about a relationship that need to come to an end. My goodness, that Michael Thomas New Orleans Saints thing's got to come to an end.
Somebody said earlier this year, I think they were like, Michael Thomas ain't playing another game for the Saints. This was like when he.
Yeah, I 100% believe it.
He's like they're not. Didn't they try to cut him or trade him or something like that? What happened?
I don't think so. I think he just went home one time, like he was hurt.
Trading block or something like that.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, maybe they didn't do it.
No, I mean, cooler heads prevailed or whatever the case may be. But yeah.
I had to click on this as I have Twitter in front of me. We mentioned this earlier. We'll mention it again, man. Shout out to Ricky Rose. Rick Ross, richer than I ever been, drops December 10th. Rick was twinning on Twitter. I was like, uh-oh. Clicked on this, and it's all about the album, baby. It's all about the album. Richer than I've ever been, dropping December 10th. And who knows what's going to happen between now and December 10th?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Schefter continued to tweet, any team that claims Odell Beckham Jr. would inherit $7.25 million of his salary for the remainder of the season. The cost is considered high for a player that now considered a rental. So he wasn't bought. He didn't get the Von Miller deal. The team who picks him up off waivers has to pay this. $7.25 million of that salary. Any team that claims Odell. So to me, that changes a lot.
That does.
That changes a whole lot. You have to have some sort of salary space available to be able to pull this off. Unless I'm reading this tweet wrong, the team that picks him up off of waivers will have to. They'll inherit that 7.25. That eliminates a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Because and I wonder if that eliminates everybody because
so what I'm seeing here, see a chart. I don't know if this is all the teams cap space, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe about 10 teams here. The Jags have $28 million cap space. The Eagles have 20. The Broncos have 15. Seahawks have 13 somehow, some way. The Panthers have 11. Football team with 11. Steelers with 10. Chargers with 10. And Bengals with 9.
Did you mention the Chargers in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
They got $10 million.
The only team that makes sense Well, no, I guess that's not true. The Bengals make sense. The Chargers make sense. I guess the Steelers make sense.
Now, I guess we all have the internet here. Maybe I can look up this contract. They said a rental.
He probably doesn't have any guarantee. He probably doesn't have any guaranteed money next year. That's the only reason Cleveland would cut him. He's been in Cleveland. That's why. Talking about this with Kyle earlier, Odell is really fascinating. He's been in Cleveland 3 years. His first year in Cleveland was pretty damn good.
Yeah,
it wasn't phenomenal, but it was good. It wasn't like his first 3 years in the league. Like he hit the league by storm. Like it was. I don't know. Remember if this is in any given Sunday line. It's a new breed. Like okay, it's a new breed of wide receiver here with Odell. Year 1, incredible. Year 2, incredible. Year 3, oh my God. And then injuries, the foot, and then things started to change a little bit after that. He had a decent final year in New York. He had a good first year in Cleveland, and then he gets hurt, misses games, can't get I guess can't get on the same page as Baker Mayfield. Now his dad's involved.
The funny thing about his dad getting involved is I had never heard about Odell Beckham Sr. before earlier this week.
Yeah, me neither.
I know people were like, "Oh, you're gonna have to deal with his dad now." Like that was never an issue.
Yeah,
I don't know where that came from. Like I don't know why he did that.
Tell me though, it didn't feel like a team effort. LeBron tweeting free OBJ. His dad posting.
Sure.
They knew, like, let's get Mans and them out of here. Ben Simmons, take a note from how you get out of you got to have an orchestrated attack, buddy. You got to hit it from multiple angles. You got to recruit LeBron. I guess he can't recruit LeBron James because he's an NBA player, and that could get dicey. But you should have called Patrick Mahomes to help get you out of Philadelphia, or whatever the answer to that would have been.
From what I see on Spot Track, it's not even about guaranteed money. This is the final year of his deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he is a free agent.
I don't know what's left for my man though. I don't know.
It is a bit of a bizarre turn of events because, like you mentioned, and I was taking umbrage with this when it happened. They were like, "Yo, he might end up being better than Jerry Rice." When the first 3 years, they're like, "He might break all his records." I was like, "Stop."
Oh, yeah, that was a I mean, geez, 12 touchdowns, 13 touchdowns, 10 touchdowns first 3 years, 1,300 plus, 1,400 plus, 1,300 plus, 91 receptions, 96 yards, 101 receptions. Bro, Eli Manning was his quarterback, fam.
Woo. He was special. He was special out there.
That was 6 years ago, though. And he was good in Cleveland. 1,000 plus yards his first year there, 74 receptions, number of touchdowns, only 4. But he wasn't terrible. I feel like there's been this narrative that Odell has been terrible for 5 years. Like, no, he hasn't. He got hurt. He's been away. We've barely seen the dude. Between his injury in New York, he comes back. That New York team is so bad, you're not watching them. He shows up in Cleveland. They're still bad. And then you've got, all of the injuries that follow, or the injury that follows. So
one day,
there'll be a storyline next week, though.
One day I'm going to get him in San Francisco. One day.
He's 29.
This year, though. Because per David Lombardi, the Niners only have $3 million in cap space right now. So it won't be a waiver situation. It'll have to be.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
And, then you can negotiate a deal.
That's when he goes to the Rams because he signs for $7. But so I'm, having cap space is one thing, but Jaguars, Eagles, Broncos, no. Seahawks, no. Panthers, no. Chargers, I'd listen to. Steelers, I'd say no. Washington, Cincinnati, I guess I'd listen to. But if you're Cincinnati, let's just stick with Cincinnati in Los Angeles because we both think that the Steelers are cooked. Do you do it? Like, because to me, you only do it if it's like a legitimate chance. Like, this is going, like, we're going somewhere with this unit that we have here. We add Odell, we might be able to get here. Like, we're a legitimate contender.
Belo and JC down in LA. Well, I can't even say that because they wouldn't even speak about the Chargers on LA radio. But if I'm a little JC Chargers fan down in LA,
the one, yeah,
I would be hot if they had a chance to get Odell and did not do it. You got to go get that man because they're good enough. They got a chance to, make some noise in the playoffs and things of that nature. And a guy like him might be the difference between you and the Raiders or the Chiefs coming back into things or Baltimore, whatever the case may be. So, yeah, if I'm a Chargers fan and they have an opportunity and they don't get him, I'm upset.
I don't know if Mike Mayock could create space between now and Monday, but unfortunately, that's a acquisition that makes sense. I have no idea how much cap space the Las Vegas Raiders have or how much they could even offer him should he clear waivers. If he does clear waivers, I think there are a lot of interesting teams to watch. I think Baltimore is an interesting team to watch. Again, this is all just talking about a football team. I have no idea how much money Baltimore has, and I'm not talking about them claiming him off of waivers. Yeah. I'm really interested if any of these teams take him.
Yeah, with that whole situation of the 7.25 being out there, I think there in your scenario, there's a very real possibility he isn't claimed on waivers, and he goes anywhere he wants.
Boy, that'll be something. That'll be something.
I'd quit the NFL.
If he went to the Rams. What if it was the Cardinals? Because it feels like the Cardinals have brought some guys in too.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed, but the Rams, they just don't care. They get it done. They just get it done. If they want this guy, they just get it done.
Well, that'll be a hell of a storyline to watch this weekend. Any game that you're outside of the 49ers as we wrap things up? Obviously, we're hyped for the two Kings games. Any NFL game you're locked into this weekend that you're excited about besides 49ers Cardinals? Because I'll admit that I have two I'm curious about: Browns and Bengals. Because I need the Browns to freaking do something. If the Browns do something, that drops the Bengals back a little bit. Of course, Baltimore's kicking back like, y'all go ahead, beat each other up. I'm good. Y'all do your thing. Go ahead and let it rock. They got the Vikings this week. And then I'm Aaron Rodgers or not, I'm interested in the Chiefs and the Packers because even prior to your boy losing his mind, I thought this is the game Kansas City. This is the game Kansas City does it. Like, all right, we're back. We're back.
That's the one I was going to go with too. With Green Bay and Kansas City. I mean, that's the premier game. I want to see Jordan Love.
Yeah.
I want to see what this guy is looking like out there, man. So
ideally, Jordan Love balls out and they bench Aaron Rodgers for the remainder of the season. That's my ideal scenario. 7 touchdowns for Jordan Love this weekend, and Aaron Rodgers never plays.
He's on that Nick Foles. Remember when Nick Foles did that to the Raiders?
Did he do that? Who else did that? Was it Matt? Not Matt Schaub. The guy who got cut for Russell Wilson.
Matt
Flynn.
He didn't do 7, did he?
No, he did like 5.
He did 5, yeah. Last
5
game.
On the last game of the season. Yeah.
Somebody else did do 7. It was either Brady or Manning.
Manning's done 7 before.
Or no, it was Breeze. Maybe it was Breeze who did.
Manning's done 7 before.
Foles was the first, and then
Jesse, you got about 10 seconds to look up before the show ends.
Then these other guys came. Foles did it first. Foles did that, so hopefully you won't have to go through that.
Oh, why though? Did you just try to rap our way out of here on a Friday?
He was the first to do it.
List of quarterbacks who've thrown 7 touchdowns: Sid Luckman.
Oh gosh.
Adrian Burke, George Blanda, Y.A. Tittle.
They didn't even keep stats back then.
Joe Cap, Peyton Manning, Nick Foles, Drew Brees, in that order.
Damn, Peyton was first. Sorry, Peyton. Peyton did that, so hopefully you won't have to go through that.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button as well. Do the same thing over there on Twitch. I don't think there's a thumbs up, but there's an alert button and a heart button and a follow button. Make sure that you hit that. Hit the heart button in the upper right-hand corner of your Odyssey app. And most importantly, make sure that you're back here with us, not just the Kings game tonight, but a Kings game on Sunday as well. We will be back here Monday at noon to recap it all. By the way, Monday, getting ready for another Kings game.
Yeah, I like the schedule.
Sunday, Monday, back-to-back, man. We're not slowing down. Have a great weekend. Enjoy that McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And we'll see you here on Monday on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Boy, you carried that final 40, man. Nice job, partner.
Oh man, we was out here working.
I had the irreplaceable thing in the back of my head just in case. I had that. Yeah, the Oreos got us. The Oreos got us. Yeah, I know. I'll discount it. I'll put it out there.
Last night you said it's at Ross already.
It's already there, boy. We put that tweet out. We have never put a tweet out before that didn't immediately spark at least 2, 3, 4 sales. Never. Gold collection. I was stunned. Gold collection's popping on a weekend. We ain't even got a show. It's like, hey, Drake Flow, they'll think this is funny.
It was funny.
Hey, D'Lo, why did you think the Drake Flow shirt was going to sell?
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Hey, Q, I put a Drake Flow shirt up on DeLoandKC.com.
Oh, you already played it?
Yeah, I already did it. Looking,
I like this shirt. I'm not sure why nobody's fooling.
Looking at the sales numbers, like
Now, what did I do wrong?
Did you make a mistake?
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
All right.
I feel like I might have.
All right, we can do that.
Anything Tyrese. I think I had talked about this on the show, and I gotta find it. There's a thread of just Tyrese. Yeah, I did send it to you.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, this boy. Every time I thought the thread was over, it kept going. He got moments, boy.
Yeah, we might as well, man. It's Friday. No, that wasn't. No. What you mean, Dave? That wasn't you. Dave sent it like as a show graphic. I was like, no, we're going to use that as a show graphic. Hopefully on Monday, when the Kings win, we'll have the Drake Flow logo up here when Kenny starts going.
Yeah,
but I thought
instrument on the soundboard so you guys can hear.
I thought that's the problem. The Lakers, because here, so for those who don't know, Dave created an OK Lake Show shirt.
Yeah,
and it was like, this is awesome. Or he created an OK Lake Show graphic, but it's so well done with the Lakers font. It's like a Lakers fan buys this. like that's who buys this shirt is a Lakers fan, and so. He just modified it a little bit. Said, "Okay, Drake Flow." I was like, "Okay, this works." No, it
I thought it was funny.
It is funny. Not funny enough to even with a discount. I'll put it. I'm gonna see if anybody buys it for like I don't know what the lowest I can sell it for is, but I'll try to sell it like $10. Let's see if we sell it for like $10.
John, I will be at the game. Dame, you not gonna be?
I'm not going. That's me. I really, really wanted to go to this one.
Yeah.
This is spectacular. That's awesome. If that's true, that's awesome. I absolutely love that. We'll put it up, man. Like it's I don't want Dave's designs to go to waste. Like they're so good. It's like, hey, if a Lakers fan likes it, buy it.
Hey, sickness.
My bad.
I was just gonna say, you wanna, because somebody asked me yesterday, they were like, put up a stand and sell your guys' shirt at the Golden One Center. You want to see somebody get thrown out like Jazz in a heartbeat? Have us trying to sell something at the Golden One Center. They would throw us on the J Street so fast.
Not to mention, as we mentioned this earlier, we it's not like the shirt that you order is in the bedroom, and like you place the order, I get the email, I go grab it, put it in an envelope, and send it. Not quite how this works. It's as many of you are aware, as some of you have gotten like logos that are off center. We take pictures, we send it back. They send out a brand new one because someone else prints it and sends it out. They mess up the printing. We send it back.
I think I did see this, Jesse. Oh man, Tyrese, man. Oh geez, are we? I mean, it's a lot going on there. Will we be okay to play The Rock's response to Tyrese?
Yeah, I mean the show's off. Why not? I'm gonna send you.
In a couple years,
I'm gonna send you. Shoot, how come? I'm gonna send you my. Boy, my phone. Oof, I need to make a trip to the store. To the stove.
The update.
It's that time.
What they do?
Oh, it's that time. I gotta send you what Donnie made. 1 of 1.
Xavier, nah, bro, it's crazy, man. I don't know. I don't get into all that celebrity boxing stuff. At least not with these two. Oh, I'd watch that.
There's heat there.
Yeah, real heat for sure.
There's heat there. Let's see. Find The Rock here. I'll put the audio on. I don't know. The Rock.
Oh,
Tyrese.
Wow. Oh, wow.
It's bad, ain't it?
This is awesome.
That's not going to hit social media for a long time. Not until we do our photo shoot.
This is so sick.
Oh, what is Tyrese driving an Uber? What the hell is that?
Black Rose, I just heard it. I literally just heard it. I heard the whole thing in my trailer, and I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit that I have ever heard. Everyone's laughing, by the way, but it's true because everybody's heard it too. Everyone heard it, right? They look at all. Everyone's like, yeah, big piece of dog shit. Shouldn't be called Black Rose. It should be called big piece of black dog shit. That's what it should be called. Not even a hard, dried up dog shit for 7 days. It's the soft dog shit. It's like baby shit. It's like that. That's what the album is like. And I never want to hear it again, and I'm never going to fucking forgive him for wasting my time. That is time I will never get back. It's like dog shit is in my ear. Motherfucker.
Oh, that will never not be funny. Oh my gosh, that is so funny.
Oh,
that is the absolute
Why you
best.
do that to that man? Jeez.
That is the absolute freaking best.
He's a singer.
He was singing. Yeah, he was on a Pepsi commercial. Coke.
Yeah, he
Coke and a smile.
and he's damn good. So he has a lot of hits, and then he went and started doing movies. Got the movie bag or whatever. He still does a little music here and there, but he was just like chill, like a regular dude. But then, like the more famous he got, he started to talk more, and he's just not very intelligent. He says some dumb stuff.
All right, y'all. We're gonna roll because Jesse's gonna make us work. And y'all are wild with these t-shirt requests. Oh man, put it on a shirt. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I gotta get my stuff together. Go to Damien's house.
Yeah.
It'll be soon.
All right, man. Y'all go get your OK Drake Flow shirt. No, okay. In all seriousness, pick out the website this weekend. We are putting some new stuff up as part of the Black Bottles collection. It's different. Like all of the logos so far. The purple is kind of the standard, but then we got the 3 bottles. We're adding some new ones that I think Raiders Nation will dig, and I think Kings fans will dig it too. So check out DeLoandKC.com throughout the weekend, man. We'll have some stuff up, and if the Kings win, maybe we'll throw up a discount. We appreciate y'all. Have a great weekend. We'll see you here Monday.